Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this meeting of the Mid Suffolk District Council Planning Committee. I'm Councillor Sarah Mansell, and I will be chairing the committee this morning. May I first of all remind you of some domestic arrangements. Please ensure that microphones are turned off when not in use. Please do not interrupt other speakers or hold separate conversations whilst others are speaking. If you are attending the meeting to speak and persistently interrupt the meeting, you may be asked to leave. Please ensure that your mobile phones are on silent or switched off and that your laptops are switched to silent. I would like to remind everyone present that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. The whole of the meeting will be recorded except where there are confidential or exempt items. If you make a representation to the meeting, you will be deemed by the Council to have consented to being recorded. By entering this meeting as a speaker, you are also consenting to being recorded by the Council and to the possible use of those sound recordings for webcasting and/or training purposes. The Council, members of the public and the press may record, film, photograph or broadcast this meeting when the public and the press are not lawfully excluded. If you intend to do so, please could you inform the committee clerk. If you hear the fire alarm, leave the building immediately via a fire exit and make your way to the assembly point at Ipswich Town Football Ground. Follow the signs directing you to the fire exits. Do not re-enter the building until told it is safe to do so. So first of all, for those of you who may not have come to a planning committee before, the members who will be making the decision are sitting on my right, and we have officers here. We have the area planning manager, Gemma Walker. We have our legal advisor, Ian Dupre, and Adela. We have two case officers, Vincent Pearce and Alex Scott, who will be presenting the cases to the committee. And we have a selection of governance officers who help keep the meeting running for us, Claire Philpott, Alicia Norman, and we've got Bethany and Samuel sitting over on the side as well. First of all, I'll move to the agenda. Item number 1, apologies for absence and substitutions.
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies from Councillor Austin Davies and Councillor David Penny is substituting.
Thank you. Item number 2, to receive declarations of disclosable pecuniary interest and other registrable or non-registrable interests by members. Are there any to declare? If nobody else has got one, I better declare mine.
Okay.
In that I used to be the event director for the Chiltern Fields Park Run, and I was involved in some of the stakeholder meetings. I am now no longer anything to do with the organisation of the Chiltern Fields Park Run. I'm merely a participant. But I thought I'd better just set the record straight that I have attended some stakeholder meetings and I have been involved in some of the other earlier discussions. Anyone else got any interests to declare? Item number 3, declarations of lobbying. Now, I assume you're all putting your hand up because we had an email from somebody about the Felsham. Has anyone had anything different from that? Right, declare that for.
Yes, I've been lobbied regarding the Chiltern Fields application.
And Councillor Harding?
Yes, same for me.
Councillor Warborn?
Yes, I was sort of named and in the lobbying from Felsham because I was at previous decision making. I don't think that counts as any kind of interest. Thank you.
Thank you. And item number 4, declarations of personal site visits. Any to declare? No? Okay. Item number 5, MPL 2324. Oh, sorry.
Well, Chair, I just wanted to remark that I guess almost all of us will have been to Chiltern Fields at some point. All right, except for Councillor Hadigan.
Well, yeah. I mean, you could say I go there about once a week, actually, but not as a site visit.
No, I'm not.
Some
in
of us may also have been to the Six Bells in Felsham for a drink. You never know.
It's all coming out now.
Right. Item number 5, MPL 23-24, confirmation of the minutes of the Planning Committee meeting held on the 17th of January. Are there any points regarding the accuracy of the minutes? No? So could I have a proposer? Is that proposed by Councillor Matheson? And a seconder? Councillor Elkin, thank you. So the Governance Officer will now conduct the electronic vote to accept the minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm having an issue with my mod garb, so I'm going to suggest that we do this as a show of hands
Okay,
vote.
so we're going to do that as a
Thank
show of hands to accept the minutes.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 votes for
And-
one
and-
abstention. Okay, thank
Thank you.
you.
That's now approved then.
Yeah, thank you.
So item number 6, receive notification of petitions in accordance with the Council's petition scheme.
None received, Chair.
Thank you. And then we move to item number 7 on our agenda. Now, we do have an extra item under number 7, 7C, which is an extra item for urgent business, which will be dealt with after we have done the item on the Chiltern Field Sports Area and the Felsham case. But we'll just mention it now. It was in the late papers, and hopefully you've all had a chance to have a look at it. But that will be at the end of the other items. So if we go straight to item 7A, which is DC 2301323, Chiltern Sports Club, Chiltern Way, Stowmarket, IP14 1SZ, and I will invite the case officer, Vincent Pearce, to introduce the application to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members of the public in the audience, and anyone who may be watching or listening at home. As the Chair says, this is a significant application in Stowmarket. It's a hybrid application because it contains a full application element and an outline application element. Essentially, it's for new sports, health and recreation facilities in the west side of Stowmarket. We'll go into this in a lot more detail. I also have to do some housekeeping because there has been a flurry of late items coming in and out from the office. I also need to say that the purpose of this presentation is merely to provide some illustration, and it doesn't supplant the information in the report. I also have to declare, of course, that this is a council's own application for the purpose of transparency. An update. You will have had in the tabled papers notification of a comment received yesterday from Suffolk County Council, the Education Service, where they have confirmed that a building that's originally required to be demolished to facilitate some of this is to be retained. I'll go through the implications of that as we go through the presentation. But the good news is, as you'll have seen from your report, we have built in an alternative access arrangement in the event that that building couldn't be demolished. So we'll go into more detail as we get to that point. And we did receive yesterday an amended drawing which provides more detail around the alternative access. We have amended the recommendation so that were you minded to grant planning permission, you also require the applicant to provide the alternative access drawing, and the Chief Planning Officer has to be satisfied that it delivers what we need and retains the school building that Suffolk County Council want to hold on to. We are also suggesting that rather than the council entering in a memorandum of understanding to pay £17,500 for highway works orders to Suffolk County Council, that's in the form of a legal agreement which then can then be enforced. More of that later. So as I say, I will be showing you amended drawing showing a new access arrangement from Gainsborough Road. Also in the report you may have seen that the roof of the pavilion appears to have changed, and yes it has in terms of its appearance. The one at the top is the latest iteration, and that is to achieve much better PV reception, shall we say, rather than the butterfly roof at the bottom. So that was a requirement in order to maximise the amount of sustainable energy that we could create for this unit. So as I say, we have a hybrid. So the full application is everything on that list. In terms of buildings, it's a pavilion building to replace the existing clubhouse and a new sports hall adjacent to the existing Stowmarket Leisure Centre. We then have a series of improvements and new facilities in terms of outdoor sport, pitch improvements, a 3G pitch, a mugger, multi-use games area, a new mini athletics circuit, an active track and play area. The rest is associated facilities. In terms of the outline, we are looking at the principle of a mixed-use wellbeing hub, and I'll explain what a wellbeing hub is set to deliver a bit later. What we're looking at here is the principle, and this is accessed off of Gainsborough Road. So what is SHELF? Well, SHELF is a multi-agency, multifunctional project that the council is promoting in order to deliver improved sport, recreation, healthcare and education with partners. That's a quote from our regeneration team as to the overall ambition. And what we've identified is that there is an inequality in health in the Stowmarket area, and we're looking to improve the situation for our residents in that part of the borough. It isn't restricted to those parts of the borough. Obviously, anyone in the district can use a lot of these facilities. But it's our first attempt to get a multi-agency, multifunction project off the ground. To that effect, we have 4 principal partners. Obviously, Stowmarket High School have been involved, Suffolk County Council, Active Suffolk, and Everyone Active. But sitting under that is a whole raft of other agencies and players who have been included, and facilities included here have largely been developed in consultation with a large number of our current users. Our regeneration colleagues have explained in their own documents why SHELF is needed, and I just accentuate on the screen. Everything in white is where the Chiltern and Stowmarket area is worse than averages either in Stowmarket generally or England. There's actually a high level of deprivation within certain parts of Stowmarket that put it in the top quartile of the most deprived parts of the east of England. So this is the council's attempt to start tackling that issue with our partners. So in terms of the site area, everything in red on that screen is the application site. So you'll see it includes Chiltern Fields to the west of Chiltern Way. It includes all the school land between Chiltern Way and Gainsborough Road. Just to help you orientate yourselves, red is the leisure centre, blue is Stowmarket High School, and black is the existing clubhouse. The application is actually in Chiltern Ward, but obviously in Stowmarket we have St Peter's, Coombsford, Stow Thorney. But we also are very close. We adjoin Wannes on the west, and Stow Upland nestles into the edge of it on the east. I'm sure members are very familiar with the location of Stowmarket, but for those who don't know the area particularly well, situated midway between Ipswich and St Edmundsbury on the A14. A quick overview. That's the existing leisure centre. What we next see is what was the old high school that's now been demolished, and you can see that some of these proposals you'll look at this morning are actually on parts of the site of the old school where they were demolished. The new high school, everything in blue that now appears are effectively the school playing fields. They are part of this application in certain areas. And then we have Chiltern Fields. Chiltern Fields runs further to the east on that screen. It runs off of that picture. And then we have Paupers Graves in the distance. What you might not appreciate is the extent of new development that is happening around this site. So there are large swathes of residential development under construction. So the application site, part of it is here. So obviously at the moment, if you were let's say 2 years ago, if you looked to the west, you would have had open countryside. What you now have is large-scale residential development. So in a way, this is no longer the western edge of Stowmarket. It's no longer the boundary between urban and rural. It's actually now part of urban Stowmarket. So that has important implications in terms of landscape impact, but it also makes it a very precious green area within an expanding Stowmarket. The elements, just so you can be aware of each piece, what we're looking at here, or our colleagues are looking at here, is to enlarge the existing rugby pitch. In that position, there will be a new mini athletics track in that position within the school grounds to the east of Chiltern Way. What makes it a mini athletics circuit? Well, the circuit is actually 200 metres rather than 400 metres, but it's a fantastic facility with all the right surfacing to enable all kinds of track sport. We have a multi-use games area, 3G, and you'll see in the report that I dwell on what makes a pitch 3G, the fact that you can play a lot more games on it more frequently. With floodlighting, you can play into the evening. But there is the issue of the rubber crumb, which I go into in the report, and we'll come back to that. In terms of rubber crumb, are tiny little pellets of recycled rubber that actually give you, they act as shock absorbers to people playing sport, and they actually recreate the feeling that you are playing on grass, but obviously rubber crumb comes with some ecological, environmental issues. We have a trim trail, that's the active track for running, and then we have a trim trail where you can help to keep yourself fit with all sorts of sports equipment outdoors. We then move to the pavilion, the sports hall, and we have parking areas. This is slightly updated since yesterday. That's a parking area for the Chiltern Fields, parking area for sports hall, wellbeing hub, and some of the outdoor sport. And then we have a new play area. There is an existing play area within Chiltern Fields that would have to be moved and improved in order to accommodate additional parking. And finally, package 3 is the wellbeing hub. Now, I've described these three elements not as phases, but as packages. So the intention, were permission to be granted, is package 1 works would start happening this year. Package 2 would follow, and then finally, package 3, the wellbeing hub, would follow at some point after that. And I'm sure, because I've asked them, my colleagues are working on design elements of all of those to help deliver that project. So the first phase, package 1, if approved, would start this year, which is essentially all the outdoor sports improvements and new facilities. One of the issues we've had with this application is it does involve some tree loss, and of course the committee are always worried about tree loss in a scheme, and we've tried to minimise the amount of trees that will have to be removed to facilitate all of this development, but it is still 68 trees, and there's no way of disguising that, so I shall be up front and centre. Initially, it was proposed to replace the 68 that were being lost with 69 new trees, but we have secured an increase to 102. That 102 is 68, or the 69 plus whatever the difference is to get to 102. It isn't 69 plus 102. It's about a 1 to 1.5 increase. So for every tree that goes, we get 1.5 trees back. But the good news is all of those 102 trees will be at least extra heavy standards. So they're semi-mature replacements. They're not the little whips or the sticky little saplings. These are big trees. They will have to be managed carefully. They'll have to be properly tended to, but we have commitment that that will happen. And if you grant planning permission, we'll have a management plan that requires the proper maintenance to ensure that they thrive. And if they don't, there's a condition that requires them to be replaced if they die or are dying within the first 5 years. If it was just an increase in trees from the 69 to the 102, I don't think I could sit before you and hand on heart recommend that we go with the scheme in terms of its environmental and ecological impact. But what we've also got within the package is over 5,000 square metres of new sapling planting. So in time they will become denser copses or woodland areas. We are losing hedgerow. As a way of replacing that, we are getting in total an extra 107 metres, linear metres of hedgerow. So we've ensured that the number of trees that we get back exceed those that are lost. We've secured significant areas of new planting, and we've secured extra hedgerow planting. Now all of this helps to contribute to biodiversity net gain of somewhere in the order of 20%. Now, as you know, currently we look to secure 10%, so our colleagues have already smashed that target quite significantly. There is a possibility that we might nudge 25, but something that Councillor Hardingham said at a previous committee has got me thinking, and that's why on this one we're recommending a condition that says if it's approved, our colleagues will have to regularly monitor the performance in terms of BNG and report back on how close they have achieved the 20%. And if they haven't achieved that, they'll have to do more. So for the first time, we're beginning to build in this idea of constant monitoring and review and improvement, because anyone can say they're going to achieve X, but do we ever go back and check that that was achieved? So in order to set the bar high, our colleagues have accepted that principle. In terms of where trees and buildings are either going or coming or going, if we hop backwards and forwards. So here we are in Chiltern Fields. The section of trees which are mostly alder, there's a long run of them, they would go to accommodate the pavilion. That is all new planting, so there will be a new extensive planting on the western edge and a lot of individual trees. I've done a quick mock-up to give you a flavour. So there's an aerial view of what you would see at the moment if you were a crow flying across the site. On the left is the existing clubhouse, on the right is Northfields. What goes is that section there. So that little group, well, not a little group, there's a significant group of alders, but we do retain the best bits of that planting, as it happens, on the eastern edge. The pavilion building goes in approximately there, and then let's go back one. And you'll also see this is new planting in here as well. So from Northfields, we retain a dense screen. So remember that there will be new residents over here. So the pavilion will sit in behind that group of trees. Here's another mock-up I've produced. So this is the view you get without the trees that are being lost. So in here at the moment, you'll see from your report, are a run of alder trees. We then get the pavilion sits in that position. The existing trees, or the retained trees there, provide a screen from Northfields, and then in time the new planting will grow up to reflect the same height as we've got with the retained trees. So all in all, it will be well screened. We have a quick fly through, and this helps give you a better impression. So this is looking south. So in the distant top right is Northfields. We swing round the pavilion. You'll notice how the roof now is angled to catch maximum sun. On the left is the extended rugby pitch, and as we pull back, you start to see the new car park, bottom right, and you get a flavour of Chiltern Fields as it might be were permission to be granted. Now, the thing to remember, of course, is most of these pitches already exist. Well, all of them exist. So the one that's being improved is this one, and then we get the pavilion. We've made sure that the cricket pitch in this position has the right amount of space for cricket to be played properly, But the benefit with this whole scheme is, of course, now what you get first floor viewing gallery. So you can watch rugby on this side, look over the pitch, and then on the other side, from high level, you can look out over the cricket pitch, both from inside the building and terraces. We now need to think about what is the tree loss on the Gainsborough roadside, and everything in sort of a pale brown in here are existing trees, and you'll notice that the sports hall and the wellbeing hub effectively take out a significant group of trees. Now, in my report I have explained why these buildings need to be in the positions they're being shown, and I need to then talk about the phasing of development, because what we don't want are trees to be unnecessarily removed only to find that the development that required that perhaps doesn't take place or takes place in a different form. So we'll come back to this slide a little bit later because of the latest access changes. But sports hall, so you'll see that that little group of trees would have to go, but the good news is, of course, we can require that group of trees to be retained, which would then ensure that the rather lacklustre, and I don't mean that being critical of the architects, but it is a fairly plain elevation because it is what it is. It's a large box within which sport is played. So that existing screen would be retained by condition. However, when the wellbeing hub is built, it might not be in that actual shape anymore, but we'll come on to that. Of course, that then provides a screen between the road and the sports hall. So you'll be presented in townscape terms with an exciting elevation. You won't be looking at the blank wall of the sports hall. We've explored in some detail the new planting, but that goes into more detail. So you'll see at the top here, more planting going in. So when I was talking about that 5,200 square metres of planting, potentially we're looking at all this extra area up here, which is important because a lot of residents live along this boundary. So in some ways, this is helping to soften the impact of existing sports being played visually. In terms of where will you see the new pavilion from, you would probably catch a glimpsed view. So this is Chiltern Way, the existing access. You would see the end of it through this gap in here, but it's many metres away. So in terms of the impact on the landscape, it has a minimal impact. It's pretty low key. Parking. Now parking, I'm afraid, members, you might have got very confused reading through. I probably confused myself when I was writing it, but I thought it important to go into an unusual level of detail. Being a council's own application, I wanted to be sure that our colleagues have got the parking calculations right, because many of you who either use the facilities or know the area will know that at times, particularly the weekend, Chiltern Way gets heavily parked by users who park on the verge. And in Gainsborough Road, when the leisure centre is in use, peak use in the evenings, there is a lot of traffic that either waits in Gainsborough Road to get access to the existing car park, or they park in the road, and there has been some tension with residents about the amount of parking. So what we've tried to do is ensure that this development delivers the right amount of parking for the new floor space, but also, perhaps in some areas, over-provides in order to make up some of the historic shortfall. Now, there's a balance between, if we keep encouraging parking, are we actually making it inevitable that more people come into this area by car? Part of that may be true, but we know there's an existing issue, and our thinking was for the benefit of residents, it's better to try and tackle that existing issue, make their lives a bit better, but also at the same time encourage alternative transport as a way of getting to and from this site. So you'll see there are cycleway improvements, footway improvements to try and compensate for use of the car. So in terms of parking, what is flashing, it's not quite flashing yet, but there we go. That's the existing number of spaces. We then get, everything in purple is permanent parking expansion. We also get a drop-off area. We then get this large overflow parking area, which can double as a training area as well. So it's multi-purpose. To get into the site, you'd come off Chiltern Way through the existing access, one-way system, in, round and back out. In terms of access to the overflow, there would be a gate in this corner, and this would open up this large area in here. So what does the maths tell us? What I've tried to do is summarise the position we've got to. Remember that the existing clubhouse exists. It has a certain amount of public space, public area, and the existing car park provides for that. So in terms of the uplift in overall floor space, the parking requirement for the pavilion is, depending on your assumptions, somewhere between 11 and 44 spaces. That figure hasn't taken any account of the existing clubhouse. So we've tried to do a worst case scenario. What's being proposed with the overflow are 152 spaces. The actual requirement for the pavilion, at the worst, is 44. So you can see there's a significant potential surplus of spaces. Obviously, the overflow parking area doesn't have to be opened up. That's for when they know that there's a lot of people coming. But the advantage we have, if members are minded to allow that level of parking, is it starts to enable people to park inside the site rather than outside on the road or on the verges. But it also allows us potentially to provide parking for people who want to use the new mini athletics track, for example, on the other side of Chiltern Way. This is the scheme on Gainsborough Road as submitted. So here's the Wellbeing Hub. This is the proposed access. So the sports hall generates parking requirement for 16, which seems incredibly low, and I've actually increased that beyond what your standard has suggested. So the parking requirement for a sports hall is very low. The outdoor sports areas would generate parking need for 60. So in total, the outdoor sports areas within the school, outside of school hours, and the use of the sports hall outside school hours would generate a parking requirement of 76. Currently, what's being proposed is parking for 39. So there is a deficit, and I would say an unacceptable deficit of 37 spaces. But we have taken steps to remedy that with our colleagues. When we look at the Wellbeing Hub, that's another layer of parking that has to be accommodated. Now, in terms of what is the parking requirement for a Wellbeing Hub, it depends on what uses go in the building, and I've set out in my report some of the uses that are planned. The parking requirement is somewhere between 89 and 191 extra spaces beyond what will be proposed for the sports hall. So you can see that what happens is if we can secure the 76 spaces that's needed for the sports hall, because those spaces would be used in the evening, the Wellbeing Hub could be potentially using those 76 spaces. I'll explain that in pictures a little bit later. So therefore there's a deficit between 13 and 115 spaces for the Wellbeing Hub. So you can see the deficit is getting bigger the more development is put onto this side of the site. Because of the existing issues that we have with parking pressure, I would argue that a deficit of 115 spaces is unacceptable. So what in the report I've suggested is that this area, the area proposed, should be expanded to the sports hall in this area, and then were the Wellbeing Hub to be approved, parking would then have to go into this area. Both these elements are available. They would be able to be used to provide parking. In that way, we could ensure that the parking requirement is actually spot on the requirement of your adopted parking standards. So in essence, As submitted, the proposal is unacceptable and substandard in terms of parking, but were we able to introduce these areas, it would become acceptable in terms of meeting the standard. So I'm going to talk about what I've called the access issue. So in terms of the correspondence we had from Suffolk County Council in terms of demolition or not of the sixth form building, this is Gainsborough Road. Here we have the leisure centre, and here we have the sixth form building, which is this building, and there is some coach parking beside the sixth form building. In order to access the car park being proposed by our colleagues on the slides you saw earlier to serve the sports hall and the wellbeing hub, a new access would be punched in through here. It would require the demolition of the sixth form building. Now the County Council have said that building is needed and will stay. So let's go back one. So the obvious issue is the proposed parking area cannot be delivered because the sixth form building is a very clear obstruction to the proposed access. That would appear to be a fundamental problem for the project, but as you'll have seen from your report, we built in a plan B just in case. Originally, our partners at Suffolk County were saying this building could be demolished. It was potentially surplus to the requirements, and that it would be available in terms of providing access. That appears now not to be the case, but in the report we looked at how do we get access were that to be the case. So here's one example that I've drawn out in the report. You keep the existing sixth form college and you come in beside it. It would require the wellbeing hub to be pulled back in terms of its footprint. Other options might be to pull the road even further away. You lose more of the wellbeing hub, or even come in off the existing access. But the benefit would be, of course, that you keep, you actually keep the school building in this position. So where do we go from here? Well, there is an answer. Unfortunately, the applicants and the architects working for the applicant have embraced the idea of altering the access, because in a way they haven't got any alternative. So here's the sports hall. Trees were retained. Stop the view. If we were to move that access, the wellbeing hub would have to be smaller. So that's now a smaller wellbeing hub shown in yellow. So where can you form the access? Well, you'll notice if the access goes in that position, that means the sixth form building and the coach parking can be retained, and we can create a larger car park in this position. So the County Council get to keep its building, and why wouldn't they want to if it's providing sixth form accommodation? It means the coaches that use that site can still get in and out, but we can access the area needed for our parking, and that allows the sports hall to move forward. Let's think about the knock-on impacts, because if we weren't able to demolish that building, we have to think about a new access. What does that mean for the implementation of each of the three packages of the development? Well, the good news is that package one isn't affected by what I've called the access issue on Gainsborough Road. All of the pitch improvements, all of the new outdoor facilities could proceed because we have sufficient parking to accommodate all of those, and most of those facilities exist. And that's the part that's due to go in this year. In terms of the pavilion itself, construction of that is not affected by the Gainsborough Road access issue, because obviously the pavilion is self-sufficient in terms of access and parking. The sports hall would be impacted, and the sports hall is part of package 2, but with the solution over access and parking that we've just gone through, the alternative, that could then proceed. And then in terms of the Wellbeing Hub, which is the last package, the access delivered for the sports hall would actually serve the Wellbeing Hub. So that oughtn't to impact that either, other than the Wellbeing Hub needs some additional parking. And we've identified how that could be achieved going forward. Excuse me. In terms of traffic impact, and I know this has been an issue of some concern for local people, in terms of the Chiltern Way, because all those facilities largely exist, there is no real impact in terms of traffic movements on Chiltern Way. The real area where we've looked at it in more detail, of course, is on Gainsborough Road, because the sports hall, the Wellbeing Hub, would be new facilities. That would generate new traffic to the site. And the traffic assessment submitted by the applicants and as checked by our colleagues at Suffolk County Council Highways shows there are certain peak periods. So between 8 and 9, there's a peak period of use of the alternative access on Gainsborough Road. You get 22 vehicles in, 20 vehicles out. That's the prediction. So that's 42 traffic movements in that hour. And then in the evening, between 5 o'clock and 9 o'clock, is the busiest period. We know that anyway because the existing leisure centre is well used in the evening. But the morning peak represents, as an average, an extra vehicle every 2 minutes 42 seconds. Now we all know that that's an average, and you might say, well, that's a bit of a fudge, Mr. Pearce, because what if they all turned up together? If they all turned up together, they all turn up together. But it gives you an idea of the rate of flow. In the evening, that's an extra vehicle every 1 minute 30 seconds. So it's busier in the evening. But our colleagues at Suffolk County Council Highways are satisfied that Gainsborough Road can accommodate that level of traffic flow. It is relatively modest and certainly doesn't result in severe cumulative impacts, which is the test under the MPPF. So here we are at Chiltern Fields. This is the existing player, and you'll notice that Councillor Carter has made representation, which is reported in the committee report. But just to give you a flavour, for those that don't know Chiltern Fields, we've got a short burst of video. So here we are looking across the existing play area. That's the existing clubhouse. We're swinging round north to east. You'll see some residential properties on the edge. Closer view and a bit slower. So here we look at the what would be immediately in front of the pavilion. Can I stop? That's the little group of trees. We're looking towards the cricket pitch. And then you can see more trees in the distance within the site. This is a still photograph along Chiltern Way looking south. So we've got the school fields on the left, Chiltern Fields on the right, and this is where people park up to get to the Chiltern Fields sports facilities, largely at the weekend when it's heavily used, which is a good thing, but it does mean that our colleagues in the parking control have issues with vehicles and unauthorised parking in positions that we'd rather they didn't park, because obviously this provides footway cycle connections, so it does introduce a potential hazard to cyclists and pedestrians. A shot of the existing Stowmarket High School car park on the corner of Wannes Road and Gainsborough Road. That would form part of the extra parking areas that our colleagues would be securing by way of an SLA for use outside of school hours. And you'll see that there is a substantial element of even more parking available if they are successful in securing service level agreements, SLA, with the owners. And that's just a shot of the cricket pitch. That's the existing crossing that would form part of the improvements within this scheme. And there would be extra improvements on Gainsborough Road to cross Gainsborough Road to get to the new facilities. In terms of the sports that could be played, we've had a lot of support from existing clubs, and some of the existing users, while supporting it, have, in a sense, in a neutral response, said, what if such and such a sport could be played? Well, largely, all of those sports can be played. Now, obviously, if you were looking at the plans, you might not appreciate just how extensive the range of sports that could be played were. So that gives you a flavour of what could be and is intended to be delivered at some point within those schemes. Now, there's something in there called pickleball. Now, you may all know what that is. Now, maybe the only one in the room who doesn't, but pickleball is almost like badminton, but it's played with paddles, a wiffle bat, and a plastic ball. And it is increasingly popular because it's a good way to get fit, and it's quite, I was going to say elderly. I can say that now, being the age I am, but I might well be taking up pickleball. It's a gentler form of sport, but it is becoming incredibly popular. Another element that is hugely popular, and this scheme will facilitate, is walking football. And the benefits of walking football are, it helps you stay active, get fit. There's a very strong social side to it, but it also helps you recover after illness. And the older you get, it allows you to participate still in an active team sport, but it's not as active as perhaps the normal football. Just to give you a flavour, you might think, well, how can you play football by walking? Well, this happens to be some video from the Walking Football Association, and that looked like running to me, but the idea is that it's played at a much gentler pace, but you still get the thrill of active team sport. And actually, it's the fastest growing sport in the UK. And as I move towards becoming older, it is something that I could actually probably participate in and help to get myself fitter without probably giving myself some sort of damage. Now, in terms of residential areas, everything shown in that sort of biscuit colour is residential. And what we've tried to focus on is we've particularly looked after the interests of any resident living in those areas yellow, because they are the closest to the proposal. And in my report, I've gone into a lot of detail as to explain why we don't think this scheme will result in undue and unnecessary harm to residential amenity. So here we've got Chiltern Fields. This is all the new development on the site known as North Fields. Let's just zoom in and you'll see how close that residential development is to boundaries. But remember, all of this activity currently exists. The only bit that's new, effectively, is the pavilion. And we've had to think to ourselves, we've got an existing clubhouse, but the pavilion is at a higher level. It has outdoor terraces. What would happen if there were things like late night revelry? Could that result in nuisance to residents either over here or over here? And we think by controlling the hours, we can ensure that noise doesn't become a nuisance. And the report goes into some detail on that. And in terms of Gainsborough, we don't expect any harm to amenity to existing residents from the proposed uses. Now, my report didn't actually say what times we were thinking about, and we've sat down long and hard, and they might not be the times that are necessarily applied for, but our thinking is that the outdoor sports facilities and pitches should only be in use between those hours. So the latest that the pitch could be used on a Monday to Friday will be 10 in the evening. Saturdays, it will be 9 in the evening, and Sundays, it will be 7 in the evening. In terms of floodlighting, let's go back one. Floodlighting should be switched off as soon as the associated facilities are not required. So if you weren't playing rugby on the floodlit pitch at say 9, you should turn it off rather than just leave them on for another 2 hours because they're not needed. In terms of when the pavilion could operate, we're suggesting Monday to Friday, 11:30, Saturday, 11:30, Sunday and bank holidays, 10 o'clock in the evening. Remembering that noise, let's say from music, will be controlled by conditions, and there would be potentially cut-offs within the building if the noise readings went above a certain level. and that we would discuss with our colleagues in environmental health. And the car park lighting should be switched off no later than 30 minutes after the closing of associated facilities. So that's not on all night. But what we're also suggesting is that the car parks are gated and are locked, because many of you will be familiar with late night antisocial behaviour that can occur in car parks. So our thinking is, as another way of protecting residents, would be for these car parks to be gated and closed. Now there is an issue of who closes them, but that's a management matter that could be sorted out behind the scenes. So, as I say, existing clubhouse, the new pavilion with its roof now sloped downwards towards the rugby, which allows maximum sunlight reception. These terraced areas, as we've discussed, give a lovely high-level view across the pitches, front and back. In terms of the orientation, it is ideal for PV on the roof. So at the moment, what they're proposing is some 450 square metres of PV. And obviously, you get the morning sun rising in the east, travels south, so at midday you're getting maximum, and in the west. So any PV on that roof is soaking up the solar energy and converting it into electricity. There's a shot of the side elevation looking towards the pitches. And an internal view. As you can see, you get lovely views both sides. It's light and airy. In terms of the internal floor space, what we've been able to, well, not we, our colleagues have delivered is storage areas for a lot of the existing users. So we've got storage now for the Striders and the Park Run groups. We've got cricket storage, separate football storage and rugby storage. Good access in terms of disabled access. We've got a large foyer entrance. We've got the green is the lift, purple is the staircase. We've got players access separate to the rest of the users. We've got a changing places facility so that people don't have to change in communal changing rooms. We've got officials spaces. We've got the cellar for the bar on the floor above, and then we've got the plant room. And the good thing here is that this facility will be heated using air source heat pumps. So this is another attempt for the council as the developer to set the bar higher for others who may wish to follow. So we're hoping this would form something of an exemplar between the PV and the air source and some of the other facilities. It would be an exemplar. Now we have the first floor. So again, lift, staircase, lots of toilets for users. We've got the kitchen, we've got a bar which links to the cellar below, and we have two spaces that could be subdivided to create two smaller spaces. But as you can see, that's the second space. Those are very well connected to the terraces. There's many points at which you can come in and out. So if you're watching a game of cricket, you can pop in and go to the bar or the toilet, quickly pop back out again. There's very good access to all of those facilities. And if you come out of the lift, you have easy access into these spaces. You might think, well, if you were in let's say a wheelchair, and this room had been booked out for some other activity, how do you get to this space if this is the one you're going to? You'd simply come out and along the terrace and in. And again, we have these two long terraces. Let's go back. I've looked at the space inside the existing clubhouse. Now, this is an older drawing and the interior may be slightly different, but just to give you a flavour, that's the existing clubhouse, and this was the last extension built in here. In terms of the public area, let's go back. That is the public area. So this is, a lot of this is changing facilities, actually, as you might expect. So let's superimpose the new first floor pavilion over the brown existing clubhouse. And you'll notice that the clubhouse, the existing clubhouse, is slightly bigger in terms of its footprint. So these biscuit colour areas are where it's bigger. A lot of this plant room is at ground floor on the first floor. So you might think, ooh, are they having space pinched from them? Well, of course, the clubhouse is only single storey. The pavilion is 2-storey. So even of 1 storey, 1 floor of the pavilion is almost the same size as the footprint of the clubhouse. So we've actually got an entire floor larger than the existing clubhouse, which is probably self-evident, but it's worth emphasising. So that's the public area in the clubhouse. Superimpose the first floor of the pavilion over the top. That is the public area in the pavilion. That is the public area in the existing clubhouse. If we turn that, you'll actually see that the pavilion now includes more public area than the clubhouse currently enjoys. So not only are the changing facilities being improved, accessibility being improved, there's actually a significant increase in public area available to users, as well as the first floor viewing galleries. And there you have the overall difference in floor space. In terms of the sports hall, the fact that you can play so many sports within it is because it will be marked out to facilitate a range of sports. So there's one arrangement, there's another arrangement, and you get this series of courts. So depending on who wants to play what and what the booking arrangements are and how the site is managed, you can actually undertake a great deal of variety of sports. In terms of drainage, we are now satisfied that all the drainage issues have been resolved. Anglia Water are on board, as are our colleagues in Floods and Water at Suffolk County. In terms of the school and their involvement, here we have the existing school, leisure centre, their existing facilities in here. This is the school. If we superimpose the proposals, the school have access to those facilities during the day. So in terms of what the school can offer, in terms of their curriculum and PE, they are improved, but then the community get access to all those facilities in the evening through management by our own, however we organise that as a way of managing them. So not only are we improving the prospects for pupils, but we're actually facilitating access to a larger range of sports for the community. And that's where we start to begin to get this tie-in between, if we can encourage more activity, we help to tackle some of the health issues that we've looked at briefly during this presentation. The outline application is for a building of 1,170 square metres with a storey height of 2 storeys. We've said to our colleagues 2 storeys will have to be the maximum in order to sit comfortably within the setting that it's in. Now, we may have to revisit the amount of floor space because the access might nibble some of that away. But the good news is, being an outline application, we can ensure that we control the amount of floor area, were you minded to grant permission. So that's the outline application area as it stands. That was a shot of what it might have looked like. When the application first came in, the Wellbeing Hub was part of the full application. It's now outlined, so this isn't necessarily what it would look like, but it gives you a flavour of the amount of care that was taken to design something that was interesting, exciting, and in terms of the interior, allowed for flexible space. You can't see the interior, but I can assure you that what we did have at the time was a lot of flexible space that allowed use throughout the day, and uses could change during the day. In terms of design and project philosophy, the 4 key strands are health and well-being, leisure, education and activity. and finding ways that the four elements could interact in ways that deliver for the community. So the community is at the heart of it all. Now, what does that actually mean? That sounds a bit like gobbledygook, but I've thought long and hard about this in terms of the planning angle. Now, our colleagues have designed the scheme around three key strategies of the council, which are shown on the screen. And for the planning purpose, they aren't necessarily what we use to come to our judgment in determining whether the planning application is acceptable or not. But it gives you an idea of what our colleagues in Regen were trying to achieve, and that was the objectives in three key strategies of the council. But where planning comes in is that, as I've gone into some detail in the report, each of these new policies in our joint local plan actually reinforce the messages in these three documents. So in a sense, what we have is a harmony between what Regen have been trying to achieve in terms of the council's strategy objectives and our planning policies, which have now aligned, I would say, perfectly, as I've explained in the report. Each element of the proposal seems to accord fully with your new local plan policies, other than the loss of the trees, but we've argued there is adequate compensation and mitigation, and now that parking has been altered, that now complies as well. So the two elements that perhaps were problematic at the start have, in my opinion, now been resolved. So when we look at what the proposed uses inside the Wellbeing Hub were, you can start to see how the four objectives fit in with the uses that are going on or would be going on inside. So you have special educational uses, you have clinic spaces, you can have a certain amount of activity even within the facility. And the more you look at those proposed uses, the more you start to see connections between them. And that's the point of the Wellbeing Hub, is to almost provide users with a one-stop shop. It might seem aspirational, but if we don't have aspiration, how can we start to tackle some of the inequalities within our communities? And I think COVID showed us how important it is for there to be support within the community. It's made us all sit back and think very hard about what it is we expect from the area we live in. And that is really what's helped fire our colleagues. And as we say, the community's right at the heart, the beating heart of that process. Biodiversity net gain I have alluded to, but it's worth re-emphasising that our colleagues have aimed for a higher level of biodiversity net gain than we would expect in our policy. In terms of connectivity, and you remember at the start I said there's a balance between encouraging cars by having more car parking. What can we do to encourage people to walk and cycle? Well, that diagram there starts to show how well connected this site is and how much more connected it will be as a result of this project, in terms of two new crossings here and here, new sections of cycle route. The path through the school will be closed during school hours, obviously for safeguarding reasons, but in the evenings that path will be opened. So people will be able to move freely between these two destinations. So you might park at Chiltern Fields and nip through to the mini athletics track. You might want to nip through to play a game at the 3G pitch, or the other way around. But that actually is quite a useful connection, because remember, all of these folk up here, when they arrive in Northfields, will also want to take advantage of these facilities. They can cycle or walk to those facilities rather than jump in their car and just sort of quickly zoom round. So what we're trying to do is not just link this site and these new residents with the town centre, but ONEUS have been working with the council in terms of planning. We've been working closely with them over Northfields to try and improve connectivity between ONEUS and Stowmarket. And there are all sorts of opportunities to improve connectivity between the village to the west and Stowmarket. So we are, as you'll see, we've had support, not just from Stowmarket Town Council, but also Wannes Parish Council. Sustainability, I think all of those factors point to a sustainable project. Our colleagues are aiming for BREEAM very good on all the buildings. In terms of planning balance, the crucial bit, which is set out in part 4 of the report, in terms of our view as officers advising you, we think that the public benefits with the mitigation on tree loss and parking now significantly, materially and substantially outweigh any disbenefits, and that in that balance all of the arguments are now in favour of granting planning permission. And in terms of paragraph 11, this scheme now fully conforms with all your relevant policies, and in terms of the MPF should be approved without delay is actually the phrase that's used. But of course members may have a different view, and I'm quite happy to explore those as we go forward. So the recommendation is to approve, subject to the amendment on the tabled paper. Sorry that took longer than probably anyone would have hoped, but because of the latest updates and twists, I have had to go into some detail, and because it's the council's own scheme, I think it's right that we explore all those issues very thoroughly and openly and transparently. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. A very thorough report. Does anyone...
Jem just needs to come in.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, thanks, Chair. Just briefly, before we move to next steps, there was a query, Vince, that you correctly said the time for closing was 11:30, but the slide said 10:30, so I just wanted to make sure we captured that before we moved on.
Thank you.
Sorry, I missed that. I missed
Sorry.
the significance
I
of
may have misdescribed or not, or defined on the diagram, so I think we should go back. Right, let's quickly, because that could be crucial. Okay, then what I said would have been wrong. So I'm grateful. Well, let's see what the slide said, because the slide is... Oh, you're right. Here. So let's go through that again. There is nothing there at 11:30. It is 10:30. Well, they need to address that, because that's what we have been...
Sorry, can you just clarify? Are you saying that those times on the slide are what is proposed?
No, that is what we are recommending. The applicants may wish to make a representation if that doesn't fit the bill.
And that will be a condition? If at the moment, is that a condition? That they can only open till 10:30?
It isn't in the report, because it's a general report. That is what we are suggesting to you would be the condition were you to grant permission. But of course, if the applicant wishes to make a separate representation, then the committee can consider that and decide whether that time is suitable or not. And of course, the committee and my colleagues may wish to make representation in respect of the hours that the existing clubhouse enjoy.
Thank you. So, are there any questions from members? Councillor Matheson, followed by Councillor...
Thank you, Chair. There was a couple of points of correction at paragraph 18.7 regarding the rail services. I did point out that the Norwich to London service doesn't stop at Needham Market, and there aren't any half-hour services between Cambridge and Ipswich service yet. We always hope. And also, I think there's some update on what's happening with the linkage of cycling at paragraph 18.3. I didn't get a note of the slide of that one. Sorry, that was the the cycle connectivity. But I think possibly the slide is now better than the report text, in that it's now showing the linkage would be Chiltern Avenue, St Peter's Road. So that's just a little difference between what you've just seen is better. So that's fine. And I've got a few other questions, Chair, but I'm sure someone else would like to have a go.
I didn't actually hear a question. You said there was an issue with the train
well,
times
sorry, well, it's
and
a
an issue with the
It's
bike
a
path.
correction.
Right, so do you have a question?
I have some questions.
A succinct question.
Yeah, slide 5. Oh yeah, we're on our way. Need a quicker way of getting around the
Laboriously,
slides, don't we?
That's the trouble when you animate them, I suppose. Unless my colleagues want to jump to the master panel. Are you able to jump to the master panel? And then we pick it out that way. Otherwise I'll get repetitive strain injury from the button. Ooh, have I overshot the runway?
Is that the slide?
It's that one. Yeah, can you confirm that the Taylor Wimpey site, which is the northern bit of purple, that's coming right down to the Wannes Road?
It isn't in terms of the built development. So the site is actually everything shown in that mauve colour, but the residential development stops there. So this would be open space, and what we're exploring with Taylor Wimpey, Wannes Parish Council, is improving connectivity across the open space to provide another linkage across from the village.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll leave my other one because I think other members may not want to go to the other end of the slides.
Councillor Haddingham.
Thank you. Just two quick questions. So the first one is the overflow parking at the pavilion, is that just going to be grass or it's going to be double? So it's mainly going to be used in the summer, I guess, if it's grass.
I think that's a question we can ask our guests at the time that they're available to answer those questions, which won't be now, I'm afraid. But it's something to mark your card.
And the other
Councillor.
thing was when you said suggested parking over at the main sports hall thing, do you mean like that is the parking, or are you saying it suggests for the behind basically the building? You had two different plots. One was for the well-being. Are you saying that is the parking, or are you saying it's suggested?
Until yesterday late, it was suggested. So we would condition that had to be provided. Now we've had that drawing, subject to us looking at it in a little bit more detail than we've had. That could become the drawing, but then were you minded to grant planning permission, the Wellbeing Hub would then have to provide additional parking beyond that. So in terms of the recommendation on the tabled paper, we've said defer to the Chief Planning Officer, and he has to be satisfied that an access and parking arrangement is suitable. It may well be that the drawing we got yesterday does that. But in terms of the recommendation, it's still right to say defer and delegate to the Chief so that he can double check it. So the long answer to your perfectly precise and question was, that might form the basis of an approved drawing, but the Wellbeing Hub would still need to provide more beyond that.
Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Similar question on the overflow parking. What concerns me is, will there be electronic signs on the approaches to the entrances? People may approach in their car thinking the overflow parking is not available and take a decision to park on verges because they won't know until they get in there. So on what principle will the overflow car park be opened, and how will people know about it?
There wouldn't be electronic signage, but I have been having separate discussions with our parking colleagues as to how they might prevent parking along the verges. Now, outside of the planning application, I don't think we can control that through the planning application. It might be possible to put some discrete signs on the verge that say parking now available at Chiltern Fields. It might be possible to physically make it impossible to park on the verges, perhaps bollards or some sort of rail. But I think we could also, subject to the approval of the applicant, perhaps make more at the entrance, because at the moment the signage is not particularly good. We could actually say X spaces now available, and if that's something that members were keen to encourage, we could, as part of, by condition, actually require them to improve signage at the Chiltern Way entrance to show users the amount of spaces that are available. I'm thinking on my feet, but there's no reason why that wouldn't be possible. It's just we'd have to work out the wording. But that would actually be a pretty good idea, to be fair to you, Councillor. It's good to say we've improved facilities. I think it's something the applicant might mind to do from a promotional point of view. You know, Mid Suffolk County District Council bringing to you new facilities and more parking or whatever it is. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did I see your hand, Councillor Warboys, and then Councillor Penny?
Thank you, Chair. This is for a full planning application, so we are concerned with the details here. Right. I've got a few questions. The first one is about coach access. We're losing a turn-in circle for the coaches. There's a prospective moving of the coach turn-in circle. We were losing the sixth form centre, but that's going to be retained, so that's going to may well affect the circulation of coaches. But my other question was related to coaches, whether they would be able to sort of travel through to the car park for the pavilion for visiting rugby teams or whatever that would come by coach rather than actually car or minibus. Would you like them all to begin at one go?
Yeah, you fire away,
Okay, so that's the one about coach access. I'd like to see whether it was possible to go as far as the pavilion. The second one is about sort of the storage of ground maintenance equipment. At the moment it's in containers on site. Whether that's being considered as that sort of updating or increasing. At the moment within the the leisure centre, we've got parking with EV rooftops. Whether we could consider extending that into the car park in here as well. I understand that is a sort of a trial, but it seems at the moment to be successful, so we could expand on that. The energy efficiency of the buildings, which might affect the pitch of the roof or whatever. We haven't sort of mentioned that at all in the consideration. I'm looking at the details of the pavilions. The toilets and the accessible toilets in the social area. There's no changing baby. There's no provision for changing babies on that. I assume this is supposed to be a family-friendly place. Is there any specification on the lift access to the social centre? Is it possible it needs to be bigger than just to be able to get a wheelchair in? You need a wheelchair access plus companion. And I've brought this up before about the size of the changing rooms and things, but there's two changing rooms which are substantially bigger than the other changing rooms, but they have the same amount of shower and toilet facilities. So that was a query in my mind. I think that's nearly all I've got on my list.
In terms of coach access, Gainsborough Road, the drawing we had, as I demonstrated last night, retains the coach parking behind the sixth form college, so that won't be lost. The drop-off area at the front is due to be removed. We're not, but behind the scenes, Suffolk County Council are looking at alternative parking arrangements in any event for the school, but the District Council can't influence that at all. That's a matter for Suffolk County Council and the high school. But the amendment we received last night does now retain the coach parking. So the good news is that you will still be able to get in and out of the school site using the existing coach parking. So that actually is a benefit to the project overall. In terms of Chiltern Way, it isn't proposed to have a coach parking space. There is a drop-off space. But if members felt that it was important to provide such a space, I think we could probably secure a coach space within the layout. There are some areas it would be possible to do that. It might be a good thing. I think, as you're saying, we're promoting the site. We're trying to encourage competitive sport. What if the other team came in a large minibus or something? Could we have sort of an away parking area? That's something we could look at behind the scenes. In terms of storage, the slide I showed, which had built-in storage within the pavilion, you're looking quizzical, so perhaps I need to go back and explain that, because there are containers on site. A lot of that would be removed because the storage areas would be provided within the pavilion. It doesn't, things like tractors and mowers and things would still have to be stored outside. You're still looking quizzical, Councillor. I don't want to mislead you, so please tell me what you're thinking.
I was thinking not in terms of sort of kit and sort of sports equipment. I was thinking about ground maintenance equipment, mowers and aerators, scarifiers.
I think there is still one container, or there is still container storage, but it has moved, and I can go back to I'll find it on the overall master plan drawing and show you, but I think now it's between the new group of trees at the end of the pavilion, the western end of the pavilion. So the grass would still get cut and it would be able to store the mowers securely. Extending PV to the parking area, that isn't part of the project. It is something that the committee might ask our colleagues to look at in the longer term. Would it be possible to extend that trial to actually include more canopies over parking, either within the existing leisure centre or the new parking areas? I don't think from a planning point of view we can insist on that, but it's certainly an ambition that I understand the benefits. Obviously there could be a cost implication, but I suspect a timely word in our colleagues' ears, and they are listening intently, might be something that they can build in a future iteration of a scheme. I think it is probably worth saying that the existing PV panels that we have got have caused some issue in terms of the supporting structure. Now means that if two cars want to go in side by side in a parking space, it is very difficult to open your door, and that has discouraged people from using those spaces. So providing we can get a system that doesn't impede door access underneath, it could be a very good thing. But as part of this application, it isn't included. In terms of energy efficiency, we can certainly ask our guests how they intend to, or what level they intend to achieve in terms of energy efficiency. But as I said, they are looking for BREEAM very good. But I think it will be useful, and I think I'd ask you, Councillor, to quiz them forensically in terms of sustainable materials, energy efficiency, thermal insulation. That is something that really is in their remit. From the planning point of view, we are requiring them to meet very good BREEAM. Baby changing, we'll ask our guests how that is delivered, because I see no reason why there shouldn't be separate facilities, and if they're not in there, I'm sure we can accommodate it. The lift specification, again, we can ask our guests what size lift it really is, and can you get a wheelchair and a colleague in with you at the same time. And the size of showers. This is something that's cropped up, and in fact I've had a separate meeting with Sport England because they had some similar issues around potentially showers. There is a mix of showers, some with individual cubicles, some where you can have I'm trying to think of the rugby term, it's probably not a rugby term, a sort of a communal bath shower. There's a mixture. Sport England were happy, having sat down with them and gone through the drawings in a great deal of detail, they were satisfied with the mix of separate cubicles and more open changing and showering facilities. But again, if you can ask our guests the very specific question. I'm not sure that's answered all your questions fully, but that is the 8 points that you raised. I've tried to deal with as best I can.
Thank you. Councillor Penny?
Yes, thank you. Just in connection with the car parking you mentioned, with the possibility of working with the high school, might that be affected by the current situation with Suffolk County Council and the use of their land? Or is that still on offer, to the best of your knowledge? And how would that be accessed? Would that be through the school entrance? And would there be pedestrian access from that car park to the site? Is one question. And my other question is, I didn't fully understand why the sports hall has to be in its current location and not to the west, northwest. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Penny. The school car park is obviously outside of our control. That's a matter for Suffolk County Council. But my understanding is they are looking at a site, the old school site, south of the Shelf proposal on Gainsborough Road. When it happens is a matter for them, but I would expect it to have full connectivity, not just to the school, but also facilities to the north and the rest of the community. In terms of the sports hall, ideally, what our colleagues have tried to secure is a facility that could work in parallel with the existing leisure centre. So in the evening you would have direct connectivity to the leisure centre so that you could get from the entrance to the leisure centre into the new sports hall, all under cover, and then you could go back and forth and potentially use some of the existing facilities in the leisure centre. So you could use whatever, changing shop, cafe facilities, so that it's all in one place. It's better from a management and supervision point of view and in terms of accessibilities. And of course, we only have a certain amount of land. Now, you've asked the question, is the land available? My colleagues have assured me, and because I had to get into the chamber, I didn't actually get the copy email from the DFE, but they assure me that the DFE, Department for Education, has actually already okayed the land transfer to make these elements of the project possible. And you'll have noticed from the representation we had from Suffolk yesterday, they referred to approval from the DFE. You might want to ask our colleagues what is the actual status of how much land is available to the council to deliver this project, and then they can tell you, rather than me try and act as a go-between, because I might be wrong. So please, Councillor, ask them direct and see what the answer is. But my understanding is that land has already been agreed for transfer by the DFE, so our colleagues can deliver the project. In terms of the other land, the question of the sixth form building is a separate question. So we'll have to wait and see what the county want in terms of the parking, but it would be very nearby and it would be well connected. and it would be on the site of the old school, which clearly at the moment is empty. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Can you turn your mic off, Councillor Penny, please? Councillor Elkin, and then it's Councillor Hardingham.
Thank you. I had a few questions as well, so if I go through. With the range of parking options, I just wanted to check what that means for delivering EV charging points. This may not now be relevant, but I think you mentioned there was a drop-off point on the plan, the original plan for where the wellbeing hub would be, shows a sort of 2 or 3 car place drop-off point, which I was just querying with. I think the intention was that a 60-place nursery might go in there, whether 2 or 3 drop-off spaces was sufficient, but that may have all changed since those plans were drawn up. With the wellbeing hub, I just was curious if the business case for it still stands, and exactly this, obviously there's a business case with it at a certain size and layout and having capacity to take the nursery, whether that's impacted if it has to be reduced in size as a building. Public Health England, I think in their comments, had made some recommendations on how sites could be made accessible to different groups of people, people with disabilities, girls, people with dementia. So I just wondered if any of those have been taken into consideration. And my last one was the play area. I saw Councillor Carter had said, you know, it's the current play area is sort of well used and well loved, but and it's going to be kept. But it looked a little bit bleak. It's sort of surrounded by traffic on all sides, and I couldn't see any signs that there might be a tree of any kind. As somebody who spent an awful lot of time sitting in playgrounds with small children over the years, you know, shade is very welcome on a hot day, and obviously a bit of green space for small children is nice for them and for the parents as well. So I just wondered if that could be taken into consideration. And I know Councillor Carter had raised the issue of having accessible play equipment, which I think was being looked at. Sorry, that's a really long list.
Thank you.
It might be a long list, but it was beautifully concise, so I have got them all down. There is a need for more EV charging to be included, and we would have a condition requiring the right amount of EV for the number of spaces. It is currently deficient. It does need some extra, and that will be dealt with by condition. Whether the nursery does transfer or not is something that we don't know the answer to yet. I mean, the existing Montessori operates quite well from the existing facility, so it may not, in the end, make sense for them to move. However, if they do move, or if a nursery moves, the layout that we received yesterday, I was able to quickly flash up on the screen, does still include a drop-off area. So whether or not that happens, the drop-off area would still be useful in terms of dropping other people off who might need to be, who are coming by some other form of transport. So we've been absolutely assured that that would still be included. I'm afraid the business case is not a matter for the planning committee. Whilst I might understand your position, that's a matter for you wearing a different hat in a different arena. It isn't a planning matter, and I suggest we respectfully we don't go down that path. We can ask our guests the extent to which they have accommodated the requirements from public health. Well, it's not a requirement, but the public health service advice in terms of particular groups. We could certainly, because the Wellbeing Hub is an outline application, we could actually have a condition that says, in submitting reserved matters, where you might need to grant permission, we would wish to see how the layout has accommodated advice provided by public health. That would be a very useful step forward. But I do know that great care has been taken in terms of the design of the internal spaces for the full application to make them as inclusive as possible, but that's for them to argue the extent to which they've achieved public health's objectives. I like the play area idea. You're absolutely right, Councillor Carter, and it is very well used. To me, some of that equipment doesn't look particularly challenging, so we have the opportunity to reuse that, but also improve the range and quality of facilities, and we have conditioned that the type of equipment needs to be shared with us before the new play area is opened. But I love the idea of shade. You're right. This drawing shows a bit of a sterile desert. There is no reason why we can't encourage it. I suspect they'll be planting around it, around the edges, but why not have some trees inside? So I would urge my colleagues to note that point, and when they, assuming permission is granted, when they submit the conditions for the details for the play area, they do include some planting. Not only could it provide shade, but it also could provide a fantastic sensory experience in terms of fragrances and textures. So I'm sure that accords with their overall ambitions. So I think they'd take our hand off to improve it even more. I hope that answers the questions.
Thank you. Councillor Hardingham.
Thank you. Well, my first question is about trees and tree planting. Is it possible to condition that at least some of the tree planting takes place before construction so that we can establish some of the greenery as soon as possible? And in addition, I'm very conscious of the importance of maintaining good soil conditions in order to favour good establishment. You've got a lot of very big, expensive trees going in. Can we require minimal or no machinery movements on ground where trees are going to be planted so as not to disturb soil which has already reached some sort of equilibrium, because soil compaction, especially if it's wet, will make it almost impossible to get trees to take and grow healthily. That was my first question. And then secondly, this new access proposed comes in between the current sixth form building and the wellbeing building. The wellbeing building, it seems to me, would probably have to lose the nursery provision because it would lose the space that you've got as an outdoor play area. But furthermore, I understand that the current sixth form building is actually used as a wellbeing centre for the school, in the sense that they have breakout rooms and, you know, places to take kids who are having problems and so on, I think. But we're going to put an access in between this existing building and the wellbeing hub. And I'm all in favour of retaining buildings and not demolishing them. There's an enormous amount of embedded carbon and energy in an existing building. But is there any possibility of integrating the wellbeing hub with this existing building, which is, you know, only 20, 25 years old, and so it seems a pity to pull down if it can be repurposed and integrated into what is a completely new feature. And the wellbeing hub also is being proposed to have educational and school uses in it. But if the school building is retained, what educational provision, you know, will be required inside the wellbeing hub?
Taking your first points first, it is perfectly possible to require advanced planting, and I agree that is a good approach. So in terms of conditions, we can ensure that the conditions we are suggesting does include details for advanced planting. That way we do get up and running with some of these trees. I think in terms of the larger extra heavy standards, it is right to require details of the tree pits so that we know that the soil in it and irrigation is going to encourage their well-being. And we can do that by condition, providing we've got the... compaction is something that is often overlooked. It's a great point. We can, by condition, in the construction management plan ensure that areas that are due to be planted are not used by heavy machinery, because subsequently you have to go and start injecting all kinds of oxygen and stuff into the soil, which is not good. So I think we can cover all of those points, and they are good points and one that I would endorse. In terms of the sixth form college and integrating it into the wellbeing hub, I understand that there could be synergies. That isn't the current proposal, and I don't think we can unpick the proposal that we have before us to achieve that. What I do know is that the school are looking at how they can provide more teaching space anyway, because obviously with the growing population in Stowmarket, they are required to not upgrade, but increase their facilities. So there will be new spaces. It doesn't stop my colleagues from having those discussions behind the scenes as to the extent to which there can be some sort of interplay between the sixth form college building and whatever we're trying to achieve. But as far as this application is concerned, that's one step too far, I might respectfully suggest. But I'm sure our colleagues have listened to what you say. I also understand the point about it, if it's providing well-being facilities, having an access right next to it may not be the best thing, but the truth is that access is already next to it, and coaches do already pass that building. So I think your first batch of questions, yes, we can accommodate. Second batch, I think not on this occasion, but I'm happy to hear your response.
Well, if I could just come back on that. What the point I was making was that the new access will actually put a physical barrier between the existing building and any new building, and there might be a desire in the future to actually integrate the two, bring one right up and build onto it, so to speak. Is there an opportunity in the future to change this? A new application could come forward, I presume, to change the access arrangement and so on.
Then, apologies, Councillor Hardingham, I misunderstood the point of your question. Because the wellbeing hub is package 3, so it's the final part of the package, if circumstances have changed in the intervening period, it would be perfectly possible to try and secure an amended application in order to better connect the sixth form college to the wellbeing hub and still maintain an access. I'm not quite sure in my head how that would look at the minute, but the good point is it's the final phase. So let's say that's a year, 18 months, whatever it is, away. Our colleagues can still have those discussions with the school, Suffolk County Council, and if something better or something more exciting happens, they can come back and we can consider an amended application. So the answer is it hasn't shut the door on that, and it is something that could be looked at in the intervening period. But as far as we're concerned for the matter before us, that's an aspiration that we can think about, but it shouldn't affect our consideration of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I come back to you, Councillor Matheson, I've got a couple of questions of my own. I have lots of questions for the applicant, but I won't go through them now because I think they're more relevant for them. But my first very quick question is there any battery storage to go alongside the PV panels on the roof of the pavilion building? That's a fairly simple question. The other question is I don't think I've quite got my head around the outline application and the new access, because I believe in one of your early slides it said that the outline application was all matters reserved apart from access and some other things. And given that the access is also forming part of the access to the car park that goes alongside the sports hall, which is part of the full application, how can we then say we're going to have a different access when access is not reserved? Sorry if that's a bit of a long-winded way of saying it.
My understanding is that there isn't battery storage included in the project, but I'm happy to be corrected by our guests. There may be other things going on in the background in terms of energy that is a matter for my colleagues in terms of other sources of energy, but they're not part of this application. But currently, no battery storage is included. I do understand the point you're making, Chair. The Wellbeing Hub is outlined and access is to be determined. However, because it's a single application, it's a hybrid application, if we get the access right and the access is approved, so let's say it is the access that was submitted yesterday, for example, that would then serve the Wellbeing Hub. So as long as we've got the access sorted now as part of the full application, because it's a single decision with two elements, that's how we can approve the access for the Wellbeing Hub.
But the full application includes the parking area for the sports hall, which is accessed through that new access, and we are now, just to get my head around this, we are now saying the access is as per the drawings that we got yesterday in the extra papers. Have I got that right?
That is our position at the moment, subject to the Chief Planning Officer being satisfied. However, the point you make is a good one about the extra parking. The extra parking is outside of the red line for the outline planning application, but it is within the blue line. So it is part of the application. The council owns or controls it. So we can grant outline planning permission requiring more parking to be delivered, and that would be at the back of the sports hall, because that land is also owned and controlled by the council, and that's how we can achieve that under an outline planning application.
And have we had any comments from Suffolk County Council Highways about the access that's proposed in our late papers?
We haven't, and that's why I said, because it's come in so late, we need to have those discussions. So as part of the process of the Chief Planning Officer being satisfied, that includes the County Council advising us that the access is appropriate.
And if it isn't, does it come back to committee?
If we can't find a safe, it will have to come back to committee, because that is an essential component of the proposal.
Thank you. Councillor Matheson.
Thank you, Chair. Can you confirm that where you mention nursery at various points, that's a different thing to the existing building on Chiltern Fields? Because I got confused at some point. I think Councillor Elkins helped me to understand that there's probably two different things going on here.
It is one and the same. So the proposal potentially provides new nursery accommodation within the Wellbeing Hub, at which point it would be expected that the nursery on Chiltern Fields would transfer to the Wellbeing Hub.
Right. Okay, I'll reflect on that for a bit. Thank you.
Do you have another question?
Oh yeah, absolutely, yes. Right, yeah. The slide 66. This is connectivity. Now, there's a connectivity that I understood was being explored, which I can't now see anywhere in these papers, and that's the connectivity to the new primary school, which has opened on the Chiltern Fields.
Grace Cook Primary School.
Grace Cook, thank you so much, Chair.
That is part of, just before I let the officer go, that is already connected with a cycle path within the Taylor Wimpey development. So it's probably outside of our blue line area, but I'll let Vince comment on that.
I wanted to understand the connectivity from this car parking that we're adding to and the Grace Cook School. That's the point. I've got one or two other questions, but we'll go with that one.
On the north end of Chiltern Fields, where I believe the active track is going up outside that little gap in the hedge to the corner of where the school is. So I'm guessing that the people who park at Chiltern Fields could walk along the active track and get out of that corner into the school. But Vince was looking a bit confused.
To jump back to slide. Okay, I've got it at 68 for some reason. Oh, I'm not quibbling with you, Councillor. I don't mind if it's 66 or 68. I'm just trying to ask my colleague to jump straight to the connectivity slide. Whether I'm right or wrong, I don't care. It's after the there we go. Thank you. So, in terms of connectivity, Northfields will be effectively plugged in at that point. So there's a new cycle route that will cut in front of the south face of the pavilion. So anyone in Northfields will now be able to cycle down here, get to the National Cycle Route 51 via going that route.
There is also, there is going to be the surfaced active track from the car park to the north-eastern corner of Chiltfields.
Oh, sorry.
And that joins onto a bike path that is within the Taylor Wimpey development next door to Grace Cook Primary School.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I apologise. You're absolutely right. Running through here is another connection that swings away from the residential properties and comes back down here. You're perfectly right. We can find that on slide 44, if we may, please. Yes, perfect. So the connection comes through here, around this new group of trees, swings back down here and comes down and then plugs into that point. So not only have we got east-west connectivity, but we have north-south connectivity through here. I'm grateful to the Chair for reminding me of that connection. This path then actually swings away from residential properties here, and there is actually a swale and some new planting.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, that's very satisfactory. That there is, it's all there. It just wasn't in the paper, so that's excellent. And there is on page 30. There's some, that's the representation from Taylor Wimpey. It's disappointing to read them still saying in October that they weren't happy with the dialogue with the District Council. Has there been any more dialogue since October between Taylor Wimpey and the Council, which will perhaps have improved matters without them writing a new email?
I fully expect harmony to have been restored. As a planning service, we are constantly in dialogue with Taylor Wimpey. We are talking to them and have been since the start of Northfields with their next phase of development, 2D. To be fair to our colleagues in Regen, they have been having a long series of discussions with them. I think they tailed off more recently, but there is every opportunity to reactivate those discussions. We would expect Taylor Wimpey to be back round the table talking to us and for harmony to have been restored.
Thank you. Yeah, I think probably that might have been better asked of the applicants.
All right, yeah. Well, are there any more questions of the planning officer as opposed to the applicant? Because I think we've got lots of questions for them. Councillor Elk.
Sorry, to come back to play equipment, I realise I didn't quite clarify it. It says on page 27 that the proposal does not include details as to the equipment that will be provided, but there's no reason why a condition could not be added. I just wondered if I didn't want that to get away, if that was something that we needed to include at this stage. I think the proposal was to include sort of more adventure-style wooden play equipment that's more challenging for slightly older children, which obviously if the purpose of the site is to encourage activity for all, then that's quite important to have. So.
Absolutely worth reinforcing the point. It is our intention to require that by condition, but I'm sure my colleague has made absolutely sure that the wording does pick that up. So thank you for the emphasis.
Are there any further questions of the officer? I'm just conscious that we have been going for 2 hours. So I think it might be sensible to have a 5-minute comfort break now, but please, you must not discuss the application whilst you're outside the room. So can we just take a 5-minute comfort break and then we'll come back to the public speakers? Thank you. Welcome back. So we have now had the questions of the case officer, and I will invite the public speakers to address the committee. We don't have anything from the Town Council. Nothing from the Town Council? No. We don't have an objector. We have some supporters, John Phoenix from Stowmarket Rugby Club and Tony Bush from Active Suffolk. Are they both back?
They're now coming.
They were just trying to increase some of their parking, so he will be back. I do apologise.
They're not here. They're not the people who just
They
come
were
in.
here, but their parking's run out, so they've just gone to get another ticket.
No. Well, we've got the agent, which is listed under Kate Parnham, Nathan Swift. Are you actually going to say anything, or are you just going to respond to questions?
Actually, I'm going to speak on behalf of the agent.
Thank you. Well, shall we move to that then now? And we'll have Fiona speaking as the agent.
Thank you. Sorry, my microphone wasn't working very well. I probably won't take 3 minutes. I just wanted to give a little bit of background to the scheme. Obviously, it's been heavily covered off by the planning officer in terms of the sort of detail around the scheme, so I won't touch on that other than to answer questions. I really wanted to speak on behalf of the council, however, as applicant, to talk about the scheme itself and how there's been an absolute partnership approach both to the design of the scheme and to the development of the activities that will continue, hopefully, once the facilities are in place. So the scheme itself we obviously brought an architect on board, but we have a series of partner meetings which are monthly with external stakeholders and partners to basically look at the design of the scheme from scratch. So it was very much built up from a partnership basis. It wasn't something that the council presented to partners and said, this is what we're doing. And I did want to make that point. And that's ranging from sports clubs, which I'll talk a bit more about in a moment, to health partners, to our education partners. And we talk about the high school, but there are actually 3 schools that were involved in this external stakeholder group, the 2 primary schools locally and the high school. There's been a holistic approach to developing these facilities, and I would stress that Mid Suffolk's aim isn't just about developing facilities, it's about what we can do with those new facilities. So the starting point for the school was that they needed more facilities and better facilities, but actually from the council's perspective, it's about how can we use those facilities to drive participation and general activity, which doesn't have just a benefit for physical activity and physical health, but as we know, it has a massive impact on mental health as well. I won't talk in detail. I was going to give a little bit more detail around the council's sport and leisure strategy, which was refreshed in 2021, but that formed the basis upon which we gathered a group of outcomes that we wanted this scheme to address. I also wanted just to pick up in terms of consultation. Obviously, we've done elements of consultation required by the planning application, but we've done much more than that and much more engagement, whether it be in the town centre, which was carried out some months ago as part of the Town Visions programme, to actually going into the schools and talking to students and their parents about the kind of things that they wanted to see on this site. That's enabled us, we've also spoken to, as I mentioned earlier, a range of sports clubs. I think we've got about 15, 16 clubs who form part of our stakeholder forum. That forum meets every few weeks and has been absolutely invaluable. And I'd like to say a big thank you to the clubs that aren't here today, but also the clubs that are here today, of which we've got a number of them here to show their support for the scheme. But we've also worked with the Net Zero Hub, the government's Net Zero Hub funded by DESNES, to help support some of the sustainability elements to the scheme. Sport England have sat on the project group, the external project group, and have been particularly helpful. But in addition, we've approached some 15 sports national governing bodies and had regular dialogue over the last 2 years with those bodies to make sure we got elements of the scheme right. So, for example, the mini-track, the whole idea of the mini-track came to us from England Athletics. They said, why don't you do a mini-track? We haven't got one in this country. It would be an amazing thing to have. And we know that schools and other community groups would love it. So that came from one of the national governing body discussions.
Are you almost at your last sentence?
Finally, we've been speaking with the Disability Forum on a regular basis, and they've also had massive influence into this scheme. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, there were a number of questions earlier, which I think may need to go to the agent of the applicant. So I hope all the members who had those questions have remembered what it was they wanted to ask the agent. So we'll have questions of the agent and applicant. Right, Councillor Hardingham.
Yeah, I just wanted to have a quick look at the solar energy provision, because it's all focused on PV. I presume that there will be a considerable usage of hot water for showering and so on in this facility, the pavilion, and solar thermal energy is 2 to 3 times more efficient at harvesting solar energy than photovoltaic. So has any consideration been given to the economic case for putting some solar thermal on?
Yes, we have looked at the combination of both PV and solar thermal will be doing the base work for heating hot water for showers and washout basins and the like. It will then be topped up with a combination of the air source heat pumps generated, which has that energy source generated from the PV. So we're going to be using PV to run the base load for the air source heat pumps, solar thermal for the base load for hot water. We will then be storing hot water on site in the plant rooms, ready to be used on a Saturday afternoon when the bulk demand for showering takes place. So both of those are in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Haddingham.
Thanks, Members. Just a quickie about the, is the overflow car park going to be grass?
Correct, it will be grass.
So, I mean, will that will obviously affect how often, you know, for instance, this time of year, with this level of weather, shall we say, you know, it would be unwise, surely, to use that. But anyway, that's just a comment.
Councillor Elkin.
Thank you. It was just, I think, the Public Health England recommendations, which were obviously lots of care's gone into the design of the building, but I think some of their recommendations were touching on accessibility issues in the sort of whole site, things like putting in benches as rest stops for older sort of users of the site or people who are passing through. So I just wanted to ask if they'd been sort of taken into consideration.
Is that specifically with reference to the Wellbeing Hub?
I was thinking about the whole...
Oh, right. So
Yes.
with reference to the Wellbeing Hub, the disabled parking spaces and pick-up and drop-off points have been located close to the entrance to the building. So there will be additional street furniture for people to sit down on, but it is not a requirement to allow people with wheelchairs or the ability to walk short distances. They will be able to get straight into the building without the need to stop because the entrance points are that close. With the pavilion as well, the disabled parking spaces are located at the end of the road, directly adjacent to the entrance to the front door for the pavilion. So again, disabled parking spaces is right next door to the front doors.
If I can just come back, I think I didn't see them all in detail, but I think the Public Health England was more about things like scattering little benches as rest stops throughout the site. They had some recommendations about making a whole site sort of dementia friendly, things like that. So again, I don't know whether it's something that could be considered.
We'd be happy to have another look at that. You know, anything we can do to improve accessibility or dwelling on the site would be helpful. So we'll happily take that away.
Thank you. Councillor Matheson?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I have to refer to the email, page 29, page 30 from Taylor Wimpey, which, as I said is disappointing. I'm not entirely clear, but it basically seems to ask that we should be working with them more closely in the provision of, I think multi-use games area is specifically mentioned, and it goes to the extent of asking whether council opinion is required in relation to the interaction of the two applications, theirs and this one. And so I wondered whether either you or planning officers can shed a bit more light on what the expectations here that are going on and what's happening, and whether we've had any dialogue in particular since October 23 when they sent that email.
I think Vince is going to comment on that.
From a planning point of view, I would argue we are straying beyond what is reasonable for the determining of the application before us. What may or may not be happening with Taylor Wimpey on their site is a matter for them when they come forward with an application. I would argue that that's a red herring that is best left untouched for planning purposes.
I don't think it's planning material to this application. Councillor Warboys.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I believe you answered my colleague's questions regarding energy efficiency of the building. I'm just raising some question about the facilities in the social centre, social area part of the pavilion, specifically baby changing facilities. And I've also got questions regarding the sizes of the lifts, whether it be possible to have not just on the pavilion, but lifts that are big enough to take in a wheelchair plus a companion, because wheelchairs don't exist in their own space often. Looking through it, although we're not looking at sort of details of the wellbeing hub, I noticed the lifts there appear much smaller. I presume this is all. So again, it's where those lifts are going to be big enough for a wheelchair plus a companion. And my final question is about the size of the showering facilities in the changing rooms. I'm not sure they'll be sort of adequate. I notice in the sports hall there's changing space but no showering facilities whatsoever. But I think there's a suggestion that something will be provided in the leisure centre, but it says an update will be provided in the meeting.
Yeah, I'll try and pick my way through those. Baby change provision. There will be baby change provision both on the ground floor and the first floor of the pavilion. One in the changing places room, and then also upstairs in the accessible WC. Those rooms have been oversized to accommodate fold-down baby change, so that will be provided. Lift sizes. The lift size in the pavilion and the wellbeing hub are sized as 8-person lifts. That's compliant with approved document part M, and that allows for a wheelchair and an assistant, so one person and a wheelchair in each of those. They are not different sizes, they're the same size, so I suspect that's just the scale of the drawing is implying that to you, but they are the same size lifts in both. And there are 2 lifts planned for the wellbeing hub and 1 in the pavilion. And shower provision, so there are 2 larger changing rooms at the pavilion. These are for the rugby first team. The size, according to the RFU, the Rugby Football Union's guidance, is that those larger changing rooms also have 4 showers. So I would be viewing the smaller changing rooms as over-provided, in that technically there could be less in those, but you would still look to have the same amount in. The reason those change rooms are slightly larger is there are more players, but there are also more management team managers in those change rooms as well. So they are fully compliant with the RFU's guidance for the number of changing spaces as well as shower provision. And then with the changing provision for the sports hall and for the 3G pitch, the 3G pitch will use the existing school changing rooms, which does have shower accommodation. The new changing rooms for the sports hall are for school use, so they are intended to not have shower provision in them because the school don't need shower provision for indoor sport. They need it for the outdoor sport, which would be through the existing changing rooms. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. I've just got a few questions of my own. First of all, on page 167 of the officer's report, there is a mention of dog owners and the fact that they use Chiltern Fields. Now, Chiltern Fields is a sports provision, and there's something about where you put your dog bins, but I think more inherent to that is that there are, have you considered fitting in a sort of dog walking area within Chiltern Fields to prevent the dog walkers from going all over the sports pitches? I know there are fences around the rugby pitches at present to prevent dogs going on them, but has there been any consideration of having a specific dog walking area to appease the dog walkers who want to use the sports facility? Second question is about the position of the outdoor gym equipment, which is on the southern edge of the current rugby pitches. It often gets very boggy there, and I wondered what was being done about drainage. And given that the answer to a previous question about the overflow car park also being grass, the current overflow parking is grass, and most of the year has a huge great puddle on it. I know that's not where the current one is, but is there a problem with drainage, and will those that grass parking area and the area where the outdoor gym end up being very boggy and therefore unusable? Thank you.
Yeah, okay, so in terms of the dog walking area specifically, the areas as you identified to the south, so the rugby pitches already have fencing on them to prevent dogs from being able to get onto them. However, the sports pitches to the north, where the field of play extends beyond, in particular cricket, can't look to have those type of boundary treatments across it. So the dog walking, as it were, it's almost impossible to police and prevent dog walkers from getting onto those pitches. So they are essentially directed around the perimeter, around the new path network that's being proposed. Next item, the trim trail. A trim trail and drainage is probably all interlinked there. So we are looking at the wider drainage strategy for the whole site. So it's not just localised to the pitches, but it'll also cover the perimeter areas as well to see what can be done to improve drainage generally. So that's a little bit open-ended, that one, but it is all under consideration.
Can I just go back to the dogs? Are the council, or are you, intending to remove the mixed messages? Because we still have bylaw signs at Chiltern Fields saying no dogs allowed on the field, and yet they are welcomed by the presence of dog bins, and that to me is a very mixed message. So is that going to be rectified whilst this development is on?
I can pick this up with our public realm team. It's not something I can answer today, sort of slightly outside of the actual application, but I can pick it up with our public realm team.
Are there any other questions of the applicant or agent? Councillor Penny?
Just in connection with the cycle paths within the site and connectivity between the sites, in the report it was mentioned that there would be a width of 2.5 metres or 3 metres in places. Would these be bi-directional? What would the surface material be, and would it be shared use with pedestrians? Similarly, with the potential crossing on Chiltern Way, would pedestrians and cyclists be separated?
So in terms of through and around the site, as part of the application, there will be a number of different materials and surfaces depending on where we are on the site. So I believe that will be conditioned to make sure that goes through correctly. The widths of the paths have been identified to provide separation, particularly on the east-west connection for cyclists and pedestrians, and the other areas are perhaps more informal, where the amount of usage will be reduced. And then on your second point, cycles crossing Chiltern Way.
Yes.
Yeah, Suffolk Highways have put forward their preferred solution for that crossing, and I believe that will be conditioned as well to meet their needs.
Did that answer your question?
Mostly.
Are there any further questions of the applicant or agent? Okay, I understand that the supporter is now back, so we'll give them a chance to have their 3 minutes now, so that we have John Phoenix and Tony Bush, and you're sharing your 3 minutes. So if you'd like to make a start, and I will time you with my sound timer. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Just in support of the application, I'd just like to re-emphasise some of the health and well-being needs of the local community, which has been outlined in the application. So we know from the latest active lives data for adults published by Sport England that only 62% of the Mid Suffolk district population are meeting current Chief Medical Officer guidelines for physical activity. And we know within that physical inactivity is significantly higher in Stowmarket itself. Around 30% of the population are physically inactive. For children and young people, around 48% only around 48% are meeting current guidelines for physical activity of 60 minutes a day. And 35% of children in year 6 have excess weight or are obese, which is high above the Suffolk average. Also, it's important to note around the demographics around the application, 24% of the population have a limiting long-term health condition, illness or disability, and we know that cohort of people are twice as likely to be inactive as the rest of the population. And the cost of physical inactivity in Suffolk is estimated at £134 million per year. So I think there is a real need for organisations to work collaboratively and to address these health and well-being needs of the local community, tackling those stubborn inequalities which were exacerbated by the pandemic. The Shelf Scheme brings together some key partners: the council, the school, health sector, leisure centre, voluntary sector and local sports clubs. Many of those partners are here today in support. And there's no doubt to me that the facilities which are outlined in the planning application will contribute to that collaborative working. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. My name is John Phoenix and I'm currently the chairman of Stowmarket Rugby Club, but I'm here today to speak on behalf of the amateur sports clubs in the town. I think it's probably fair to say that up until fairly recently, the clubs in the town probably operated in a silo, really, and that they were only concerned about the longevity of their individual clubs. But the establishment of the Shelf Scheme has allowed us all to get together and talk about sports provision in the town as a whole, which has been very positive, and be that for young people, for schools, or for the general population. I think that it's important that the pavilion gets the go-ahead, not only because it's going to be the home for perhaps the traditional sports like rugby, football,
If you can do your final sentence now, thank you.
And cricket, but also because other sports are going to join in and it's going to become their home as well. So I would really implore the council to look positively on this scheme. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of either of the supporters? Councillor Elkin.
Thank you.
Can I just remind you to speak to the mic and not to the people?
Do my best. You might be surprised to know that I am not a rugby player, so I was just slightly curious. There was quite complex allocation of times of when the pavilion could be open, when the pitches could be used, and I was just curious, does that work well for the club?
I think the times for the use of the pitches works well. I don't think they're used out of those times at all. There is an issue in terms of limiting the pavilion use till 10:30. I mean, the pavilion has to work financially, and the way that we generate money, of course, is community events and also social events within the facility. So currently we have until midnight, and on application longer than that. So that is something that we would like to take up with the officers.
Thank you. I think Vincent wants to come back on.
Only, I'm sure the committee will wish to debate that point, but in terms of the application as submitted, 22:30 was the hours that were applied for on the application form.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, as you've heard, there's a lot said here about parking and so on. I was wondering whether the 3 service level agreements for overflow parking, I think they've to some extent been available already informally. I just wondered whether they're getting used in preference to parking all over Chiltern Way Verge currently.
Traditionally, cars have parked on that verge along Chiltern Way, and I would suggest that probably people who come to play there are very used to that. And we have had some discussions with the officers about alternatives, but that is going to require us to clearly signpost that and probably marshal it as well.
Yeah, thank you. I think we've flagged up already with officers from one of the earlier questions that extra signing on the point is going to be helpful.
Thank you. Any further questions? If not, then we move to the ward members. There are 2 ward members for Chiltern Ward, Terence Carter and David Napier, but I understand Councillor Carter is on Teams, so he's going to do his representation over there. Are you with us, Terence?
Good morning. I believe I am at any rate. My apologies, I haven't got much of a voice at the moment, so I do hope you can hear me. I find myself on the back foot with the changes with the school 6th form block, and I would implore the council to go back to the county council and ask why, due to there not being a 6th form at the high school, and last week there had no intention of actually having a 6th form at the high school. So why continue a building which I had heard, whilst it is currently used, it is in some disrepair and status. As it has been mentioned, that Stowmarket is marked with a level of deprivation, and I think you'll find a number of those individuals in deprived areas will have disability or access issues, and it is disappointing to know that the health provision of that area would be made smaller, which Stowmarket is lacking in SEN provision. It's lacking in certain facilities, which I do believe that facility would be most in benefits, as it is wonderful to have the outdoor leisure facilities, which you may find was already well used by those in affluent positions able to drive there and attend, and until the adaptive sports are made, it's not going to see much of a benefit to those in these deprived areas. And also, I do thank those members who mentioned regarding the storage, because there's no mention of actually specific storage for adaptive equipment or for accessible sports. In my last talks with the leisure centre, they were stating that the council would have to provide the storage for it, as they do not have. Yet when I was discussing it, it's confusion about whether or not we'll be storing it or providing these accessible equipments, which, if we are trying to encourage those without an affluent background, these sports equipments are quite costly unless we're providing it, but it's not going to be used. So again, it's not going to see a benefit to those most in need. I would say that as well, regarding the parking, it's is a level of confusion regarding the how it's going to affect the drop-off points to the high school. Where it's currently used is you will see in peak times where they will block off certain areas of what is supposed to be coach parking. Half of that will be blocked off by parents parking. There's an area which was previously discussed about being sold for housing to pay for this development, which I'm unsure is what is the thoughts of that currently, because there's a need to improve the pathway there, which hasn't got a drop curve to access it for pedestrians. And the talks are there's no need to do that because we're not keeping this area. So are we keeping it? Is it being sold off as part of this development, or what is the plan for that? I'm not overly certain. And I would say about, I have to mention about the 3G provision in phase 1. And I've made these points before, that there are some concerns regarding the health implication. And you might note as well that in European Union has actually made a ban on the use of rubber crumb. It was made in October, and I believe it's been implemented here in 2031. And we are in a transition period with Sport England exploring alternatives. And it seems to me, as a epicenter of green politics in the Northern Hemisphere, that we should be one of the places where an alternative is being explored. And I realise that this is being paid for, but the way I see it is we are currently in a position of having 2 buses, both heading towards a tunnel. One is newer, cleaner, and all around more environmentally friendly, yet we don't know whether or not we can afford to do so. It's in a 4G pitch. And we don't know currently the direction it's going in, but the other is being paid for by someone else. It's older, dirtier. We notice wheels churn up the ground underneath it, spurting out dirty fumes, and there's reports of people riding on it for a long time, but it's leaning heavily and likely to drive up a cliff. And I ask is, if we wait and research these buses first and then ensure the safety of our finances are in place, that would be an idea to do so, and look at the pitches of a 3G pitch or 4G pitch in a later phase. Yet we are at a time scale of somebody else offering to pay the tickets. Now, is a question obvious? No. I guess we're going to go for a free ticket. I wouldn't want to do so. I'd rather look at it and ensure that we are in a safe position. And I will also note that it's being opposed heavily by the Stowmarket Eco Future group, the 3G pitch, due to the costly and the drainage issues. There was going to be a point which I'm trying heavily to remember what I was going to say. If you just bear me 2 seconds to look through my notes, I do apologise about this. Oh dear. But I would I support the need for these sport facilities. I do. I am disappointed by the loss of the trees whilst we are going to be replacing them, but by the time they are established, the loss to the environment is going to be more costly, and we don't know how long it's going to take to establish. And a final point is there aren't any comments from the. Oh, sorry, Councillor Elkin mentioned regarding the play equipment, and it did mention regarding the need for adapted equipment and to be made it larger for accessibility. This has also been echoed by the Disability Forum as the current play equipment, which is well loved, and I do support needing trees because it would benefit from having shade. It does need to be improved on positioning and also made wider and provided with more accessible equipment. Which should be, I'd fully support for that. And final point is there's no comments from the Stowmarket Town Council, which I currently chair the planning. The reason is we weren't approached for comment. This wasn't sent into our with other things. So if it had been sent to us, there may have been a comment from a town council. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Vince, did you want to just explain a bit? I think there was something in the conditions about the 3G pitch, whether or not if you could just reiterate those before we go for any other questions.
Thank you, Chair. I understand the concern you have, Councillor Carter, because it's, in terms of the rubber crumb, it's something that we have, as the Planning Service, actively explored with Sport England. At the moment, they are still supporting rubber crumb. I've had that discussion with them. But they are suggesting 2 conditions that I think are useful and we are recommending. The first condition is that prior to the 3G pitch being installed, the applicant revisit what technology is available to see if there isn't something on the market at that stage that is better for the environment than rubber crumb. The second condition is that they require a regular maintenance and replacement plan to be agreed before installation of any of these facilities, in order that we can, 1, ensure that the applicant keeps the equipment in good order, but also allows us to review whether what's provided is appropriate at that point. So let's say, for example, 2031, we have got to a position where rubber crumb is banned. That plan would allow us at least to go back and review the position to see whether or not it was time to replace the rubber crumb surface. It isn't ideal, but because Sport England have actively supported the use of rubber crumb, we've asked them what alternatives are out there, and currently they have said there is no reasonable alternative that delivers the same quality of experience for play. They themselves are doing their own independent research with specialists to try and find an alternative, but at the moment there isn't one that we could readily point to. Now you may say that something different, but in terms of the organisation that deals with sport across the country, they are currently still advocating the use of rubber crumb. I get the point that you are making about coach parking. The existing school parking would remain, and that does have an in and out and drop-off facilities. We are now retaining the coach parking spaces behind the sixth form college. Like you, we perhaps don't understand the change in emphasis between the sixth form building can go to we are now retaining it. However, that is the matter for the County Council. It came in incredibly late, only a day ago, but we have already identified alternatives, so it doesn't prejudice the implementation of the scheme. It's just disappointing that we had such a late representation. It may be possible even to retain the existing drop-off area in front of the sixth form college, and that's something we can look at, or a variation on that theme. I understand the point you make about adaptive equipment in the play area, and that's something I would ask my colleagues to look at, because we are requiring them to submit further details of the equipment if the committee is minded to grant planning permission. I also acknowledge the point you make about adaptive equipment, because in the presentation I referred to things like wheelchair tennis, wheelchair football, wheelchair... It is something I would ask our colleagues to look at in terms of, could equipment also be available for users to get involved in the sport? Because you say that equipment potentially is expensive, and if we are looking to make the facilities available to all, irrespective of income and wealth, then being able to use those facilities would be an incredibly inclusive element. So I would ask our colleagues to look at that, but I don't see why they wouldn't. Obviously there's a cost, but the point of the project is we're not so worried about the cost. It is public money. What we're trying to do is encourage greater participation. So in my answer might not satisfy you entirely, Councillor Carter, but that is, I would argue, the position we are in at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just check that those conditions are, that have been mentioned about the 3G pitch rubber crumb and the play area, which number condition do they come under, or do we need to add them in?
I think if there's, well, I get the council, if members want it to be short, I'm sure we will make a note, and we will ensure that whichever number it is completely firmed up to ensure that, one, we do get the review of the equipment. We do require the applicant to revisit the question of rubber crumb before installation. We do include adaptive equipment in the play area, and that we do ask the applicant to consider making equipment available for adaptive sport, as by way of an informative that the committee would hope to see the provision of equipment. I think that last one is better as an informative, but that's a matter for you.
Thank you. I think Councillor Matheson's got a question.
Yeah, there's two other things I wanted to pick up that was beyond those that have just been dealt with, which is good. Councillor Carter referred to that there seemed to be a reduction of SEM provision as a result of this project, and I wondered whether Mr. Pearce could help us about that one, and just to confirm, hopefully, that when on the detail of the drop curb can be picked up when we're discharging some condition or other, if we can find out which particular drop curb it actually is referred to there, I think we can assume that can be dealt with subsequently.
Absolutely happy to revisit the question of the drop curb, and I'm happy to have that conversation with Councillor Carter outside of this arena. In terms of what facilities are provided in terms of the education arena, that is something that as a planning authority I have no say over. That is a matter for the school and the education authority. However, within the wellbeing hub there are elements that could that are identified for educational purposes. There is particular reference in what were the earlier plans, floor plans that are now withdrawn because it's an outline application, to a series of sensory areas for educational purposes, specialist rooms where special education can be delivered on a one-to-one basis. However, that is a matter for our colleagues to pursue with the Education Authority as and when the Wellbeing Hub reserved matters come forward. But there was every intention to provide very specialised educational opportunities for people in the Wellbeing Hub.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's very helpful. I mean, I think there was some implication that the project before us, if approved, would result in some, diminution of SEM provision. But even if it does, and we don't need to sort of explore that. There's lots of things that hopefully will come forward when the outline turns into a reserved matter. So that seems.
Do you have another question? Right, I think Councillor Carter has got his hand up on the screen. So, Councillor Carter, have you got a question?
My apologies. It was a part of the thing I had missed previously. Just a question regarding a lack of foresight regarding the increase of traffic on the road from the development. Whilst facilities are currently there, we are looking to improve these facilities and also publicise and actively, as part of this project, look for increased tendency to actually get more people using it. So stating that just because facilities are there, we aren't going to impact on more drivers. We are in the process of looking to get more usage, and for a financial thing, we need some more people using it to make it financially viable. So there is going to be increase on the roads, on the road provision. So we do need to address that, not just say things are already there, it's not going to impact it, it's going to impact it heavily. And that area of Chiltern is a very car-centric area. We have a lot of issues with the roads already. I'm concerned that we're going to impact it further up there as well.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions? Okay, well, in which case I can open the item up for debate. So who would like to speak first? Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a little bit concerned at the irony that we're requiring artificial grass for all-weather playing on pitches, and yet we aren't doing the same consideration for all-weather parking in the overflow car park. It seems quite incredible to me, and I think that we should be considering in the conditionings, when we're talking about car parking, that we specify they should be all-weather suitable. Now, whether that's achieved by improved drainage, putting cobbles in the grass or whatever, I don't know. That's up to the designers to do. But I certainly think we should amend the conditions regarding parking provision to be all-weather 365, just like the pitches. Makes no sense to be walking around in mud when you get out of into or out of your car. The other concern I have really is that while we're talking about amending the condition to comply with the 2031 bans on 3G pitches or whatever comes about, I think instead of using the words, we should just, if there's something better comes along, that word better needs to be refined to cost, risk, benefit. Because at the end of the day, council taxpayers will be paying for this. And if we've still got another 10 years life out of the existing pitch that's laid before 2031, then we should make sure that we get that 10 years use out of it and not just rip up for the sake. That's not environmentally friendly in my view, taking pitches out of service before the end of their useful life. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to say anything? Councillor Matheson?
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely very much welcome this project in its totality. I think there's a huge amount of work's been put in by various people in designing it and getting it as right as is reasonably possible. And I think that for anybody that's concerned about all the trees that we're cutting down, you can't actually put a decent pavilion with views of the two main sports arenas without removing those trees. It can't actually be done. So I think that regrettably, those trees have to go. And as somebody's already mentioned, watering those very large trees is going to be just so crucial. If we get a drought in the next 5 years, they will be vulnerable. So I think you just can't emphasise that too much. But I think there's lots and lots of detail to be worked out through all those conditions, and I hope that that there will be quite a lot of participation by the public and by consultees in getting the discharging of all those conditions right. But the overall project, yes, please. I hope it will be going ahead.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Hellingham.
Oh, I was just going to, well, you know, back up what John's saying. There's been a lot of work gone on this for several years, and I think, you know, pretty much it all looks good. I have, the odd doubt about things, but I'm sure, that is shared, and it's shared by the people that are doing it, and so anyway, yeah, I'd like to propose that we go along with our officer's recommendation to approve this.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Matheson, thank you. Anybody else wish to say anything? Yes, thank you.
Can I just ask members that we tease out this question of hours of use, simply because the application form indicated 22:30 as the closing time. Now, I can understand that if the current clubhouse has longer hours, it would seem something, a retrograde step in terms of the use of it, and as Councillor Lawrence said, we wish to maximise its use because it could generate revenue, and on the other hand we have to balance that against residential amenity implications. Now, there is a suggestion I could make, is that you add a further condition that the Chief Planning Officer consider the closing times and comes up with a compromise that has regard to the existing hours that the clubhouse can operate. As a backstop, I am suggesting that we have a thing called an event plan, so that if the clubhouse, it was intended to use it outside of whatever hours we agree, there would be a mechanism for running through the whole process of what does that mean, who's coming, how will it be managed, how will it be stewarded, and that we can actually allow an exception based on an event plan. I think in that way we can safeguard residential amenity, we can give the club what it's already got, and in that way we can find the right balance. But that, I think it's important we do nail that today, otherwise there will be confusion going forward.
Are the proposer and seconder happy with that suggestion?
Yes, Chair. I think that the officer does raise a good point there. I just wonder whether we haven't heard anything about the management of particularly the field end of the project. I mean, clearly there's existing management at the leisure centre end, and the school is also there. But I wonder whether there may be a need for a liaison arrangement of some kind between either the representatives, let's say the representatives of the elected representatives at town and district on the one hand, and the sports clubs on the other. So we've heard from Mr. Phoenix that it's been good that the voluntary organisations have got together, have been brought together. I just wonder whether we should be thinking about something like that.
Is that something that can be conditioned, or is that just a sort of informative? I mean, the stakeholder forum, which has brought all of those clubs together, sits outside the planning process as I see it, and there's nothing to stop that carrying on, really. But do we put that as an informative, that we hope that communication between the sports clubs and the council can continue?
I think the point that Councillor Matheson is making is that the relevant ward members and parish councils also be involved in that process. From a planning point of view, I would agree with you, Chair, it sits outside of the planning arena, but by all means approach our colleagues in Regen to see if there's an opening for you to be added to existing channels of liaison, I think would be my answer. Now, you'll be familiar that we do on occasion require parish liaison schemes on developments, but that is really where development is happening, extensive residential development, and there needs to be dialogue between the existing community and the developers because of potential construction nuisance. This is a different scale, it's a lesser scale. So my answer is not for planning today, but please approach our colleagues to see if you can be involved in existing fora.
And something else that Councillor Matheson did bring up, I think he did mutter something about sort of maintenance, and given that the well, you did mention the trees, but I also meant the sports pitches, the athletics track and the mugger and the 3G. Now, they are on the current school grounds. So will it be up to the school or the county council or the education authority or Mid Suffolk to make sure that those facilities are maintained?
My understanding is that it would be Mid Suffolk District Council. My colleagues will nod or shake if that's not right. So the responsibility sits with us, sits with you.
Thank you. I think Councillor Warboys may have had his hand up to say something.
Right, thank you, Chair. Yes, I am supporting this development. I think it's a tremendous opportunity for Stowmarket, to produce a sort of first-class facility. I rather think back in terms of what we were talking about, the skills centre at Gateway 14. And within that context, we should be producing an exemplar building and facility. I am aware that there's, though a huge amount of work has gone into this already, and the design and the specification and consultation, there are a few wrinkles to be ironed out. I mean, the big one, which has just appeared, is the sort of retention of the sixth form centre and the access to the car parking. So, I would like to see, as the sort of plans become more specific and more detailed, a sort of ongoing consultation with the users and the community to make sure in the few hours we've had this morning, we haven't overlooked some detail that we might regret later.
Thank you. Well, I'd just like to make my point with the debate. Now, I mean, I'm very supportive of this project, and I think it's been a very long time coming. I moved to Mid Suffolk and I moved to Stowmarket, just on the Lawrence Holmes estate, just the other side of the road, but over 30 years ago, and I believe there was talk then that they were going to do something with Chiltern Fields. So it has been a very long time coming. So I do welcome the fact that we are finally doing something to improve the facilities at Chiltern Fields. And I do think, and I was quite upset about the trees, because I think those two tree lines in Chiltern Fields make it a special place, and they make it so that it doesn't just look like a flat, boring playing field. It's those trees make it special. I understand that we have to get rid of some of them, and I'm really pleased that we're going to have more trees, because it does make it a very distinctive sports facility. So, and as others have said, an awful lot of work has gone into this, and maybe they haven't all been working on it for 30 odd years, but it's certainly been discussed amongst the residents for probably over 30 years. So it's an awfully big project, and yes, it would be lovely if it was all perfect, but it's so big. As Councillor Warboys has said, that there may be little wrinkles that need ironing out to get it right. We do want an exemplar building. It does look something special, and it does seem to have a lot of environmental credentials. And I was, as I said at the full council meeting, actually, I was quite shocked at the health inequalities for the statistics of Stowmarket, and this is clearly something that is needed. And I want to support it. I hope we've ironed out enough of the wrinkles so that it will work. And I just hope that the conditions that we're putting in give us that little bit of flexibility, that if there are some really big wrinkles, with the conditions will cope with them, and we can make those slight little tweaks to make it as good as we can get. And I think there is a danger here. We're in the planning committee, we're deciding on its planning merits, not on its financial merits, or whether it's ever going to actually be delivered. But it's got to get through this hurdle. Is it okay on planning terms? What the council decide to spend on it is outside of this committee's jurisdiction. But I will be supporting this application, and I'm pleased that we're adding in a few extra conditions. And I think that Suffolk County Council and their decision to change their mind earlier this week is just putting a bit too much of a spanner in the works. And again, we've got to be flexible and make sure that it still allows it to happen. Thank you. Anybody else got anything they'd like to say? Elkin?
Very quickly, yes, just very similar feeling. I'm very happy to support it. It's great that it includes activity in its widest sense, including play for younger children. I was slightly concerned about the fact that the times that the clubs would like to use the clubhouse are slightly different from the ones that are on offer and we've been asked to vote for, but it sounds like there's a sort of compromise solution there, so I'd be very happy to support this.
Anybody else wish to add to the debate? If not, I think we'd better have a read out of what all these extra conditions are. I hope you've got them all, Gemma.
I hope I've covered everything that's been discussed so far. So we are looking at the recommendation in several bits, so you might have to bear with me. To start with, I'm going to suggest that we delegate to the Chief Planning Officer to review the coach parking space for the pavilion and the hours of operation, so we can just check those and make those tweaks as needs be. Then we go to the approvers that are recommended on pages 6 and 7 of the tabled papers, and then back to the conditions which are in the report, with the additional conditions which I have got as signage for overflow parking to be agreed, the planting scheme for the play area to be agreed, advanced tree planting and protection, the construction management plan to include compaction, protection in planting areas, a review whether the rubber crumb is the most appropriate surface prior to installation, and an all-weather solution for overflow car parking to be agreed. One more, event plan condition to allow additional exceptional hours, and finally an informative to encourage the provision of equipment for adaptive sports. I hope that covered everything that's been brought up.
Vincent.
Sorry, Chair. Just to point out that the overflow car park also doubles as training area. I'm not sure members appreciated that, and I probably didn't explain that well enough in the presentation. So in terms of a multi-use surface, it would have to be adequate to allow people to do their training on it. So you can imagine if you're trying to practice rugby on a tarmac surface, it probably isn't ideal.
But the condition suggests that it's explored and some agreement is made. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you very much. I mean, that makes it even more important that it's all weather then, or 365. Thank you.
But also got to be able to take the weight of the vehicles going on it, which presumably is the conflict. Has anybody else got anything they wish to say or add? Councillor Penny?
I was just checking that Councillor Carter's desire for accessible and adaptive equipment is looked into, perhaps under condition.
Yeah, we're suggesting that as an informative, that we couldn't actually condition it, but an informative, and colleagues are here and listening to that today, so we can add that on as a note.
Thank you. So if that's it, and we're happy that Gemma's read out everything we're going to vote on, I will ask the Government Support Officer to conduct the electronic vote if you're back on the system.
Yep. Yes, thank you, Chair. So members, that vote is now in progress. Thank you, members. Chair, that's 8 votes for. That's unanimous.
Thank you very much. Now, it's 20-1, and I think the next case is likely to be also fairly lengthy. So I'm going to suggest that we have a lunch break now. So it's 20 to 1. Can we, is 45 minutes? So shall we go for 1:30? Can we be back here for 1:30 after having a lunch break? Thank you. And thank you very much to all the members of the public. Welcome back. So we will now carry on with the meeting, and we're at item 7B, DC 23055045 at the Six Bells Inn, Church Road, Felsham. And I will invite the case officer, Alex Scott, to introduce the application to committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, members, as the Chairman's explained, this is item 7B in the papers, application reference DC/23/05045, land at the Six Bells Inn, Church Road in Felsham. And the application currently before you is an application for full planning permission for the erection of 2 detached dwellings and associated parking, including landscaping, utilising public house access. Now, I think it's worth noting at this point that this is the 6th application for housing development on the site since 2011 and the 5th since 2020. And the history is set out in the planning history section of your papers. There's also an amended officer recommendation in the tabled papers, and this is due to the applicants submitting an appeal against non-determination, which was, I believe, submitted to the inspectorate at the end of last week. So turning to the presentation. So this is the site location of Felsham within the district, and the location of the site approximately within the village and parish. So we have a constraints plan for you showing the major constraints. So the site is within the village settlement boundary, shown by this brown line. And it sits within the village conservation area, which is shown by this purple line and purple hatched. And the site affects the setting of listed buildings, primarily the Six Bells, which is grade 2 listed, and all grade 2 listed buildings are denoted by the orange colour. And we also have a more important listed building, the grade 2 Star Church, which sits on the opposite side of Church Road. So they are the major constraints affecting the site. Here we have an aerial view of the site. So the Six Bells Public House itself sits here, and that is outside of the site area, although that does include the car park. And the location of the dwellings would be in this existing open area to the rear. And this is a wider context aerial view. This is the red line site location plan submitted with the application. And please note, it does actually show the proposed dwellings here, but they are not presently there. This is a topographical survey, and this shows the existing layout and site levels, as well as the locations of existing trees. And please note that this cluster of trees here is proposed to be removed to make way for the proposed access to the dwellings, which we'll see on the next slide. There it is. So, yeah, the proposal really, construction of access driveway, and as part of that proposal, a small section of the fronting wall is proposed to be removed. However, that small section is not considered to be significantly historic, and no objection is given to the removal of part of that wall. So we have a made surfaced driveway through the existing pub car park, and part of the proposal is a 14-bay car park with delineated bays as part of the proposal. And yes, as I've said, the 2 dwellings would be in this location. Now, focusing in on the location of the 2 dwellings specifically, we have dwellings there, and those would be 3-bedroom properties, as I understand. EV charging is proposed, as denoted on the plans, bin storage in these locations, and 2 parking bays with turning head, surfaced driveway. And a native species hedge is proposed here, as well as here, delineating the new boundary behind a 0.9 metre high post and rail timber fence. And this is zooming in on the point of the proposed access, and you might just be able to see the small section of wall proposed to be removed. I have that on a photograph for you a bit later in the presentation. And this is the existing, what's called stable block, which is considered to be a heritage asset in itself, curtilage listed to the 6 bells. And these are the proposed plans and elevations of plot 1. So for both dwellings, we've got an approximate ridge height of 7 metres and 4 metres to the eaves. This is plot 2, so a similar style. Plot 2 slightly smaller, as you can see on the proposed street scene drawing. So this would be for section A, approximately from the existing, the rear of the pub, looking back into the site. And existing dwellings are shown here for an idea of scale. Onto some photographs. This is a view of the existing 6 bells from the Church Road Highway and from the other direction. And the existing access is here. And there again. And this is the small section of wall, I believe, proposed to be removed as part of the overall proposal. And you can see the existing, what's referred to as the stable building here. And going into the site here, so the existing 6 bells and a more modern addition to the rear. And just looking a closer view of the stables building and the existing pub car park and beer garden. And the site sits just beyond this fence and line of trees here. A view across, you're able to see some existing dwellings in the distance. And then looking back across the existing pub car park, you can see the church tower in the distance, obviously here. And then access to the dwellings is proposed through here beyond this existing fence, removal of a few trees, as explained. Now, in terms of setting out the case history, this was the first application considered in 2011 for 2 dwellings and garaging. And the reasons given by Mid Suffolk District Council for refusal were insufficient highway visibility. It's considered detrimental to highway safety. There was a loss of a large part of the existing historic wall, and the impact of the proposal on the setting of the listed building and the character of the conservation area. Now, that application was appealed, and the planning inspector's conclusions, they dismissed the appeal in December 2011, although they did not find material adverse effect on highway safety on Church Road. So that's an important point to note going forward. They consider the proposed development would be harmful to the setting of the listed public house, and the loss of the section of wall would be harmful to the conservation area. Important to note, that's not the current proposed loss of the section of wall, please. And overall, the proposals would fail to preserve the character and appearance of the conservation area. So that was refused and dismissed. And the second case, in September 2020, it's for a larger proposal for 3 detached dwellings. Again, Mid Suffolk District Council refused the application. It was considered insufficient land contamination information was received at that point. There was again a loss of a large part of the historic wall, insufficient highway visibility, and there was again considered detrimental to highway safety. And the impact of the proposal again on the settings of listed building and the character of the conservation area. And there's an additional concern of first floor windows of plots 1 and 2 out of the 3 overlooking neighbouring dwellings and gardens. Now, although the applicant submitted an appeal in September 2020, the appeal was considered invalid by the Planning Inspectorate in April 2021, and so it did not progress any further. So then we have the third application, again for 3 dwellings. And again, Mid Suffolk District Council considered the application and decided to refuse in April 2021. Reasons given were poor layout, design and scale, cramped and contrived overdevelopment of the site, out of keeping with the character of the locality, detrimental to the local distinctiveness of this part of Felsham, and the proposal would fail to protect the amenity of properties, most significantly the future residents. There was a concern there. So that again was appealed. The inspector considered it and dismissed the appeal, considering the proposal would result in an adverse effect upon the character and appearance of the surrounding area and would not provide appropriate living accommodations for future occupants of the dwellings. That's the proposed dwellings, most significantly there. So we then have a further application in October 2021 for 2 dwellings this time. Again, Mid Suffolk District Council considered refusal, and I believe this came to committee. The proposed access was not considered to accord with the current standards and would lead to further intensification of use, increasing risk of accidents on the highway. The proposal was considered out of keeping and contrary to the character of surrounding existing properties and the conservation area. The proposal was considered to detract from the setting of the listed public house, and there was concern of overlooking by plot 1 the existing dwelling at Maple Cottage. So again, the applicant appealed, and the inspector considered the appeal and dismissed the appeal in November 2022. The inspector at this time found no harm to the setting of the Grade 2 listed 6 bells, but considered the proposal harmful to the character and appearance significance of the conservation area, and considered that the harm was not outweighed by the public benefits with the proposal. The inspector considered that the proposal would not result in harmful living conditions for the future occupants of plot 1. And the proposal would not have an unacceptable impact on highway safety. So although the appeal was dismissed, the inspector did not find harm for the majority of the reasons for refusal at that time. And I believe the full inspector's report is provided in the papers. And this is the latest application to be dismissed, this time under delegated authority by your officers, and this was for 2 detached dwellings. And our reasons for refusal were the proposed dwellings are considered of significant bulk and compact modern development, resulting in a cramped appearance within this part of the conservation area. It was considered the proposal would conflict with a spacious arranged variation of traditional buildings within the locality. The proposal would result in the loss of a pleasant, green, undeveloped space within the conservation area. The proposal would result in harm to and fail to preserve or enhance the character of the conservation area. And the public benefits of the proposal were not considered to outweigh the harm to the significance of a designated heritage asset, being the conservation area at that time. Now, the applicant has submitted an appeal. They did that in May 2023, but that appeal is still running and has yet to be determined by the Planning Inspectorate. So here we have the proposed layout history. Here is the current proposal, and that is compared to those cases I have just explained. So originally in 2011, 2 dwellings, and they went to 3 in this layout, 3 in a revised layout, 2 larger properties, and then finally in 2023, similar to what we have in front of us, minus the garage is this time. And the proposed street scene elevations for comparison. So again, the current proposal here and how that relates to the historical applications. So that concludes my presentation. So the recommendation to members is as set out in the late papers to delegate to the Chief Planning Officer to either refuse planning permission or, in the event that the appeal has begun, agree putative, if I'm saying that correctly, forgive me if I'm not, reasons for refusal, for the reasons given in your papers or as required by the Chief Planning Officer. That is the introduction of significant bulk of modern compact design into an undeveloped area of important visual space, harmful to the character and quality of the area, contrary to your policy LP24, and the paragraphs as given of the MPPF. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Hardingham.
I've just got 2 questions, sorry. I'm just waiting.
Sorry, I thought you wanted to say something quickly. Thank you very much. That was useful going through the history of the site and what the different iterations were. Over to you.
Thanks. So just 2 quick questions. Thanks, Alex. So the first one, the wall, how can it be harmful to the wall at one stage and now not at all harmful to the wall? Is it just less of the wall is being taken?
Right, so I'll just move back to that comparison.
Saying it was harmful to the wall and now it isn't at all. So
yes, yeah, if I could explain. So if you can see, there was a proposed access further along the historic wall, and that is relevant to these applications here.
Oh, I see.
It was then moved to the existing pub access. Okay,
cool. And one more question. Yeah. So can you go back to the slide where you basically, you know, you were just showing the pub car park, and then and I was thinking, oh, is this the site? It looks quite cramped, but I think it was actually just the pub car park from a different angle. Can you go back to the picture, which is the land for the site, so I can see how? Yeah, is it just? Did you take a picture of the actual grass, or is that the site?
Unfortunately, I don't have one. If I could go to the aerial view.
So that picture there is the pub car park. It's not the actual site.
That's the current.
So it's on the grass, the other side.
It would be on the grass, the other side, yeah.
Right.
Apologies, I didn't take one of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Councillor Penny.
Yeah, in case history 4 on slide 27, the National Inspector found that there would be no harm to the setting, which was a change to the setting of the public house. Which was a change to the previous grounds. Is that due to the change in the height of the buildings? Do you have any idea, or do we know why there was a change there?
I think, well, certainly the layout and the scale and appearance of the dwellings is slightly different each time. Yeah. So, yes, I mean, that was the inspector's consideration for that particular appeal.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why there was a sudden change, because I couldn't appreciate that there was a great deal of difference between that and previous. But you've no idea.
It's the inspector's view. I mean, they would have had a look at the previous history as part of a material consideration, but quite why they concluded what they did, I can't really offer.
Okay. Councillor Lawrence, followed by Councillor Hardingham.
I wonder if you could enlighten my ignorance, because I'm struggling to get around my head the change just identified between 2 different inspectors' report, and yet they still maintain there's an impact on the heritage of the setting and the conservation area, but not on the 4 or 5 listed buildings immediately around it. Are we restricted from this committee putting in reasons for refusal by reintroducing, saying it isn't impact on the public house, in our view, in our balance, and are we allowed to say it has an impact on those other 4 dwellings as well, which would be contrary to the last inspector's report? Are we not at liberty to do that, or are we tied down now because an inspector has said it has no impact? It seems I'm struggling with the whole concept, to be honest.
Yes, if you would, John.
Yeah, no, fair question. I think there's so much history to this one and what's happened and what's not happened. Perhaps the wall and the highway are quite a good example of that. The inspector has found there is no harm to the highway, so we can't now go back, primarily because that access is now in the same place where it's been found to be acceptable. So we do have to be very careful in drawing a line between the proposal and what has been considered acceptable. We've got 2 things that have changed that you can judge on. The new design, what's different between the first one, or whichever one we're comparing against, and the current one. So if this one were taller, we could say, oh, that's got a greater impact. It's going to be more overbearing because of that difference. We've also got the JLP, so we've got a change in policy position on which we're determining it. So that does give us a slight change, but for the most part, the policies follow through on the old local plan in much the same way. So there's limited differences that would allow us to do that. So in general, you're absolutely right. We can't go back and say, sorry, Mr. Inspector, we disagree. That stands in planning law as that decision, unless either of those 2 things have changed what we're looking at or the policy background behind it. Does that help a little bit? I'm sure we can pick up on things as we go.
I don't necessarily agree, but a little bit. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Hardingham.
Thank you. Yes, so what you've said here is, in the event that the appeal has begun, agree putative reasons for refusal. So does that mean that if the appeal has begun, it all goes on hold until the appeal has been heard and the result is known, and then we could determine, then you come back to this application and determine that on this basis at that point? But of course, if it's been appealed and granted, that's all done and dusted. It's been granted, I presume.
Mr. Dupre, do you want to explain?
Shall I just help on that? If there is an appeal that has crossed the finishing line and been accepted by the inspectorate, that takes the matter out of our hands. It's now then in the hands of the planning inspector, unless they choose to withdraw the appeal. So it's recommended that we give the reasons for refusal we would have given if we were, as it were, able to do so, and then that is the basis on which we defend the appeal. If members accept officer's advice, how we defend the appeal when it happens, when the inspector deals with it by whatever means. So and then it'll either succeed or fail, and that'll be the disposal of the application.
It would be defending the appeal on the basis of the decision we take now and not the decision that was taken last time round. Right. Thank you.
Councillor Matheson?
Yeah, you lost me at a point there. So they've appealed the previous application, not this one. We're not talking about non-determination. Sorry?
Sorry, if I may, there's an appeal up and running for our previous refusal, our last refusal. So we've refused that one already under delegated powers. So there's an appeal up and running on that one. That one is not non-determination. The applicant has submitted an appeal for non-determination for this one.
Oh, already?
Already, yeah.
So there's 2 appeals?
There's 2 appeals running, yeah.
Yeah, no, what I was just wondering was whether we're conjuring up reasons for refusal of the previous one to be used in defending that appeal, or we're looking at this one, although it's gone to appeal. So I'm really quite difficult.
Yeah, so the last one we've determined and we've got to put to one side at the moment. It's dealt with from our point of view. I suspect Alex might get the appeal back through, and at that point we'll defend that appeal through an officer's report. It wouldn't be expected to come in front of committee, so we have to kind of shelve that one for the time being. This application that's before you today is, in theory, we would have been looking to make a decision on it, and that was what was in the report originally. In the time between the publication of the report and today, we received notification that they've submitted an appeal. So we will have to wait to a degree on the planning inspector as to what their process is. There might be a point where we would have to determine anyway or not, provided the appeal is valid and running, these will switch from what we would have issued to, as Ian rightly said, our reasons for defending it, saying this is why we haven't made a decision, this is what we're working on, and these are the issues we've got with it. So it's much like we'd normally do. What are the particular concerns we've got with it today? What would the decision we've made be?
These will be putative reasons for defending this decision, should it, it has been, which has been appealed for non-determination.
Councillor Haddingham, did you have something else?
Yes, it's you know, when you go back to, you know, the layout, there's only two parking spaces per house. Is that basically, was the last one, they just had garages there and now they've just got rid of them, so it's like the footprint is there with the two parking spaces, but there's nothing over the top of them. Is that right, sort of thing? Because I wonder if that's, but they said it was sort of crowded with the garages, so they've just basically got rid of them, but they've only still got 2 spaces per house, which doesn't seem a lot for a 3-bedroom house.
Right, so yeah, this was the previous layout we considered. You see the garages there.
So yeah, it's exactly where the two parking spaces are. They've just got rid of them, but they've just got the space on the ground, sort of thing.
I would say so.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? If not, I've got a couple. You showed us a plan of the current trees, and they've got to remove some trees. How many trees are they removing, and are they planting replacements, and if so, how many? And what is are they planning to do anything to the surface of the access driveway car park area that they've got to drive through to get to the these 2 houses, and what is the surface of their driveway?
Okay, so with regards to trees, I'll just go back up to the plans I had. So essentially it would be this group here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 shown, I believe, Chairman. In terms of replanting, no trees proposed, but they are proposing this large native species hedge here and another one here to delineate the beer garden.
Those trees sort of on the fence line between the 2 properties, they're already there, are they? And there are 2 sort of on that island there, where the end of the drive goes into the first parking area. Are they existing trees? Sorry, if you go back to that other plan, the one you just had there, there's 2 trees on a little protrusion triangle bit of grass there.
Oh, I see, yes.
And there's 2 on the fence. And are they already there, or are they actually new ones?
No, quite right, Chair. I believe they're new trees. Yeah, smaller trees than that coming out. Yeah.
So it looks like they're removing 4 and planting 4 more plus some new hedge line. Is that sort of right?
I would say
in summary?
Yes.
Yeah. And what about the surface of the driveway and the access through the pub car park?
The material is not shown on that, but it would be surfaced rather than gravel that's there at the moment.
The existing pub car park is gravel, and I believe the driveway access to the pub car park is also gravel. Is that intended just to remain as it is?
They are showing it to be surfaced, but we don't have details of the surfacing. So we'd need that by way of condition if you want.
Thank you. Councillor Mathis.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's obviously going to be very, very sort of difficult, this one, but the on the face of it, the density is not...
Question?
Yeah, the density is not great compared to what we're used to generally for new developments. So is this business about the crampedness, etc., is that in relation to the surrounding, it's out of keeping effectively, would be the more usual phrasing. And I think the actual density that you've got written down here, I think actually the density is 12 per hectare if you do the arithmetic carefully. But that's by the by. It's still a low density effectively, but not according to the inspector. So, I mean, what's your view about that?
Well, I think it's clear that it's a lot higher density to the character of what's around there.
It is about the key
in the conservation
not in keeping with the area then, really.
Yes. I mean, I would tend to use more of the wording of your current policy. I think in keeping is the old policy.
Oh, that's it. Well,
But,
you see old policies.
But in any case, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Hardingham.
Yeah, the application refers to the building of these two as being helpful for the viability of the pub. Am I right in thinking that's not a material consideration?
Well, the pub is actually not within the red line site area, and there's been no legal agreement to tie it to the pub, so we wouldn't have control over that.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Elkin.
Thank you. Just so I'm clear, really, I think Highways previously said that the visibility coming out of the drive didn't meet their requirements, but now they're saying that's okay. Is that correct? Or there's no objection from Highways on this current application?
Sorry, do you mean the current application or
Yes.
the whole history?
This particular application, there's currently no objection from Highways. Just
yes, indeed, that's the case. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there aren't any more questions, I will now invite public speakers to address the committee. And first of all, we have a representative from the Parish Council, Simon Garrett. If you'd like to press the button on your mic, and I will time you for your 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. We are in need of housing in Felsham. We have conducted housing needs surveys which have identified a need for housing. But this cannot be at the cost of our valuable and vulnerable green spaces in the heart of the village. The meadow itself is a community asset which the pub uses. It would also be a damage to the conservation area, damage to the heritage asset, which is the pub and the outbuildings and the wall. The landlords and landladies at the pub are putting their heart and soul into making the pub a success for them, not only for themselves but also for the community. And I don't feel they should be penalised by the loss of the pub grounds, which are used for events. The loss of the car parking, which will lead to extra cars being parked on the road, causing a line of sight issues, and also the access through the current, what they're requesting through the current pub access has not got a good provision for the segregation of pedestrians and vehicles. Some of the buildings, the stable buildings, the doors will open up onto the walkway for the pedestrians and could lead to possible incidents there. And also, nowadays, with many parcel vans delivering back and forth to all our houses, morning, noon and night, it seems nowadays, again, more traffic than perhaps is inspected along those roads. These accesses to the pub, they were only ever made with horses and carts in mind when they were originally done. So it's just leaving very narrow spaces for the pedestrians and the vehicles to share. As you've heard throughout all the other applications that have been put forward and turned down, there are many issues with this site that have been addressed in the past. And it just seems that we keep copy and pasting our objections, although they seem to be the same, slightly different changes to the application. We feel as if we have our meetings, we say, what can we do differently? But there's nothing we can. We've just got the same objections time and time again. So I ask you to take a lead from previous applications and make a decision based on information from those applications as well, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions? Councillor Elkin?
Thank you, Chair. You mentioned that there's community use of the green space at the moment.
Yes. Barbecues, music events. Yes, it's been used for various events, you know, and it is part of the pub garden, although they are allowing a small piece there. There is, you know, most of that area will go.
And the expectation is if this isn't built on, then that use will be able to continue?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. I was going to ask a similar question, actually. So are there any other questions? Councillor Hardingham.
Well, I'm just interested in the ownership. So is the pub in the same ownership as the land under the application?
There's somebody. That's a very difficult question to answer. The pub has been bought by an asset management company. We believe the situation is that it's possibly been sold to a company called Coudage, or not sold, but they will buy it if planning is granted. But what those exact details, we don't know. But the pub and the pub ground was originally owned by Admiral Green King originally many years ago, Hawthorne Leisure, now Admiralty Inns, Admiral Taverns. A difficult paper trail.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at the plan. So the red line area includes the pub car park, but not the pub. Is that right? So the ownership of the pub is not really a planning matter, but the red line area does include the pub car park. Councillor Haddingham.
Thank you. You said that the meadow was a community asset, and so what is it used for?
The pub runs their various events. They've had barbecue, music events, you know, the normal things. I mean, going back other years, they've had sheep racing, you know, the normal community events you'd expect. Run by the pub, yes, used by, you know.
And is it used as an overflow car park?
Is it used?
Is it used as an overflow car park as well?
No, because it has.
So it's sufficient what they've got, really.
There's not, even now when there's events at the pub, some vehicles have to park out on the road.
Oh, right, okay, thank you.
Any further questions of the parish council representative? Thank you very much. So we next have an objector, Mr. Nicholas Panay. If you'd like your 3 minutes, you press the button on the microphone. Thank you.
I did have a preparation, but going from what I've just heard, I need to adapt it. As my colleague has said, we keep objecting on the same grounds, even though they keep changing the applications. The three main concerns are the access is not safe, no matter what highway says. At one of the committee meetings, we managed to get the committee to visit the site, and they saw for themselves the dangers, because it's actually set back from the road on a blind bend, and although highways say that the modifications will achieve visibilities, they will still fall short by 3 metres to the west on a bend where cars travelling through are not going at 30 miles an hour. The data from the applicant says there's been no injuries and no personal accidents in over 20 years. The data they're using is purely on personal injury. I have had a head-on collision 20 metres from the access, and I have a letter from Suffolk Constabulary to prove that, but because it's nobody injured, it's not classed as an accident. One of the residents who lives next to the post office, next to the church, had her car written off, parked overnight. But again, nobody was injured, therefore it's not an accident. If you're travelling along that road, there's only enough space for one car. If they're proposing to put the road markings and bring the traffic coming out of that access further out, the front of that car will be sitting in the middle of the carriageway, and at travelling distances, there will be a sitting duck. Cars parked opposite take up 2.5 metres. They're proposing to make that road 5.5 metres wide in order to allow visibility to have a better access from when they're exiting. So are they proposing that the safety of people coming out of there is more important than everybody else using that road? You try getting 2 cars going that way in between 3.5 metres. It's impossible. And we live in a rural area where almost every field is farmland. You come to the village this time of the year and in September, the amount of agricultural vehicles coming along those roads is phenomenal. And again, by restricting the width of that road, it's going to make it impossible. The village shop is just further down from there, and the customers using that are parked there. It's a recipe waiting to be... Until somebody dies, or is fatally injured, or highways will not accept that it's dangerous. It's in the middle of the conservation area. The loss of the trees and the hedging that was shown is already there, so they're not planting anything. I myself have got video evidence of deer, owls and bats that visit that site. The damage to the ecology there will be severe, and all because somebody wants to build 2 houses and make a profit. The proposed footpath will run directly in front of the listed outbuildings, which will segregate them from the rest of the listed heritage of the pub. Plus, as my colleague has said, the doors on that listed stables actually open outwards, which will actually open then across this so-called footpath, which negates it from actually being a footpath. There is no consideration by the developers about safety. It's
Are you
only...
almost at the end?
Okay.
Your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you. I had a lot more to say, but sorry.
One final sentence you can have if you've got anything else to add, final summary?
Yeah, sorry. Highways have changed their minds throughout this. Firstly, they say that the existing pub access is considered substandard because of lack of visibility. Then they agree that road markings can be placed so that it can be increased for visibility. Then they say the road markings are not needed. Then they say the road markings are needed, but there needs to be preconditions. Now the applicant is proposing to take down some of the wall, which is maybe not heritage, in order to have better access, but it's never needed before. The only reason they want to increase it is so they can get their construction vehicles through.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the objector? Councillor Penny.
Yeah, I would just like to ask, in relation to the pub, do users of the pub ever have a beer outside or sit outside the front of the pub?
The actual pub is set back, as my colleague said. It was old horse and carriage, and there used to be a turnaround circle for the horse and carriages. So the actual road is much wider just in front of the pub, as you saw from the pictures. And during the summer, not so much in the winter, but during the summer, they put out those metal barriers, and then they have 2 picnic benches there. People sit there and have a drink and a sandwich and a meal or whatever, yes.
Yes.
Not so much in the winter because it's cold, but in the summer they do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Based on what the objectors just said, and I am familiar with the 6 bells, I know exactly what it's like. Has there been any visibility display diagrams being submitted with this application? You know, some applications, because there's a sort of minimum length you're meant to be able to see in a 30-mile-an-hour zone. I just wonder if we've got any of that information.
Yes, I believe the applicant did submit that, and that's been considered by Highways.
And is that on the planning portal? Is that a diagram we can find? Okay, thank you. Yes. Councillor Lawrence.
Sorry, it's a confusion again on my part. From what the objectors just said, Highways have changed their minds about 5 times, but on the basis, it doesn't matter how high the roofs are or whether it's got a garage or not, whether it's got parking spaces, the design of the properties behind has no impact on the number of vehicles running in and out. It's still either 2 properties, okay, occasionally it was 3. So I don't see how how does the highway department change its mind 5 times on the access? Is that just different people, I suppose?
I think there might be for the officers to comment on that.
Yeah, perhaps we can come back on some of that, and Alex might add as well. Highways get consulted several times during the course of an application if we get new information in. So maybe we've not been provided with information, and I can see here that their initial response was that it was requiring a transport statement, and they hadn't got that. So that was their reason for objecting first time on here. And then they've subsequently had more information, and they've asked for some minor improvements and details of the displays in order to get there. So there are some changes even in the course of this application. Yeah, straight on numbers, that's it. There is a position whereby the numbers haven't changed, absolutely, but some of the finer details have changed during the course of this application alone. And yeah, previous ones in terms of they were going to plough straight through the listed wall and have a completely different access to start with. That was found to be unacceptable on various terms. It's now moved closer to the pub using the current pub access and taking out the smaller section of wall. So it's got that change through the process of the various applications, and even just this one, highways have asked for more information and changed their position on that. I don't know if there's anything else particular that highways asked that you recollected.
No, I mean, quite right. They start with a holding objection. As part of our duty to negotiate, cooperate, we went back to the applicant, asked for further information. That was submitted. We reconsulted the Highways Department, and they've come back with no objections. So that's the professional advice you have.
Thank you. Were you raising your hand, Councillor Warboys?
I'm just looking back at the documents. The Highways had a holding objection because the previous recommendations with regard to the access hadn't been carried out, which is basically removing a bit of the wall, I think. So I've gone back at that's in November 25th. The submitted design and access statement makes reference to a transport statement that does not appear to have been submitted. Previously, the Highway Authority had only accepted the principle of additional dwellings subject to improvements in the existing access area. So they've got an holding objection until further information has been provided. Has there been a further document since then?
But there is now a transport statement, because I've just found it on the website. And if I'm looking at the right diagram, it has some visibility splay lines on, but it does look like the point at which they're measuring the visibility splay is beyond the end of the driveway. If you see what I mean, that's what I'm seeing. I don't know whether it's possible to get that plan on the screen. It's in the transport statement on the website, but now I understand what the objector was referring to.
And so that this splay, this splay will be achieved by road markings, basically.
Yeah, essentially, yes. That was the latest proposal with the transport statement and the removal of that section.
There's no curb or
everything
anything, just
together.
a white line on the road which could be easily ignored, couldn't it?
And that's the narrowing of the highway that's been referred to, I believe.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions based on, that was the objector. I know we were asking questions of the officer, but they were raised by the objector. Okay, so we don't have a supporter, we don't have the applicant, so it's now over to the ward member, Councillor Nikki Wilshire.
Thank you, Chair. There have been a number of previous applications on this site that have been refused by Mid Suffolk Planning Committee. This application, as an attempt to overcome those objections, now results in 2 massive dwellings totally at odds with the scale of the surrounding cottages. This application is not substantially different to the previous ones. It's obvious that this location is completely unsuitable for development. Other applications have been refused by Mid Suffolk under delegated powers and by the planning inspector. To be sympathetic to the neighbouring listed buildings and in the interest of visual amenity and the character and appearance of the area, Felsham is a conservation area and adjacent to listed buildings. You know, we're talking about, with the policies HB1, HB8, H13, support development principles that contribute to local distinctiveness and scale of heritage asset through the use of appropriate design and materials. I feel that the design is at odds with that and have a detrimental effect on the surrounding listed buildings and does not therefore comply. The other aspect of this, there would be a significant increase in water runoff onto the highway against flood risk. That's already a problem which would be exacerbated because you're taking that green space out and you're concreting over it and there'll be more water runoff generated. This application will have a detrimental effect on the viability of the public house, despite the council's wish to support local businesses and communities, including the open space used by the community. Construction vehicles will also be a detriment to the viability of the public house, and there's insufficient turning space in the car park for refuge and emergency vehicles. Despite Suffolk Highway's opinion that the visibility is safe, I and the local community continue to reject that. In a previous administration, when a site visit was carried out, which included the Police and Crime Commissioner, it was accepted that this is a notoriously dangerous corner, a notoriously dangerous access, and any addition to vehicles of movement there would be detrimental to the residents. So, as the ward member, I'm strongly asking that the planning committee reject this application again as completely out of keeping. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of the ward member? Councillor Halling.
It's a sort of a nosy one rather than sort of... But so I sort of missed the whole who owns the pub and the sort of the history of that. I mean, it's sort of relevant. Well, like I said, I want to sort of get my head around the picture of all 5 different applications and appealing it every time. That's, a lot of money. And so can you just tell me the sort of the history of who owns the pub and who's made all the...
You're probably the best.
Can I answer from... Sorry.
Okay. But I'm not sure that ownership is actually a planning matter, but if you can do it very quickly.
Yeah. Green King sold it to Hawthorne Leisure as part of the monopolies results. Hawthorne then kept it for a couple of years. They then segregated the gardens and made it a separate title deed to the pub, which is a community asset. And Cordage have applied on all occasions to build on there. In 2021, Hawthorne Leisure sold all their businesses to Admiral Taverns. On land registry, it doesn't show it's 2 separate properties. On the application by Cordage, it says that the owners of the land are Hawthorne. Whether that is or not, I cannot answer. I have tried to contact Admiral Taverns to find out, but I have got nowhere. So whether Admiral Taverns bought the land as part of the package when they bought all of Hawthorne Leisure's business, I do not know. And land registry are no help at all.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Councillor Maths.
Yeah, interested you mentioned the asset community value. I mean, what was defined as the asset? Was it all of it, including the green space, or not? Or was that not defined?
Are we asking Councillor Wiltshire?
I think it's probably asking her to
Yeah.
When the original ACV and rejector, when the original ACV was applied, it was for the pub and all the grounds. When the first application was made in 2020, and the notice went up for the planning application, we as the village contacted them to purchase, and they said, oh, you can't purchase, this is the gardens only, not the pub, and you've only got access ACV on the pub, because they'd already segregated it before they then applied for the planning application. They did it without us knowing.
Yeah.
So,
Okay,
although
thank you.
the pub is an ACV, the land itself now is not.
Councillor Lawrence.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get together the link between the number of vehicles and these two additional properties, because it seems to me if you put these two properties in, the actual number of vehicles leaving and going into and out of the car park is actually less. Whereas we've got a pub with different hours, there'll be cars going in and out, the area's reduced because you haven't got that land for barbecues for the pub and everything else now. So you've got less ability to attract people to the pub. The pub itself becomes less viable, I understand.
Is this
So
a question?
I'm questioning the logic of saying there's going to be more vehicle movements, because my argument is the pub will do less business, it can't do gardens, beer gardens, it can't do barbecues, so the pub business will be less, the traffic will be less, so actually the argument that this junction is more dangerous because of the two properties is counterproductive. Is it or am I going up the wrong street, literally?
I get your point entirely. That yes, potentially it's going to be detrimental to the business of the pub because they're not going to be able to park there if you've got cars going backwards and forwards and half the car park's going to be a driveway access through, and you're not going to attract the additional people to use the fields at the back. But we all know with you're looking at 3-bedroom properties, they're not going to be single occupancy. There will be families there, there will be other cars coming in and out. So you're going to have the traffic of those cars going in and out, and we don't know, I don't know what the average number of vehicles per household is, plus those people still coming in and out of the pub. All, as I say, but there'll be more of a mission, if you know what I mean, plus deliveries going backwards and forwards, refuge, all of those things, your Amazon's vans. I don't know that it will be more traffic, but probably less vehicles, if that makes sense. Thank you. Councillor Penn.
Just going back to the asset of community value point, I presume as the car park is in the red line of the planning application, then that is not part of the asset of community value either, so theoretically could also be developed at some point.
Yeah. So you're looking at the pub, but you're taking away half the amenity that goes with it.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any more questions? If not, then I will open this item up for debate. Anybody like to make a start? Councillor Matheson.
Well, as this unfolded, the officer unfolded the five cases and 5 applications and so on. Yeah, I kind of started to feel the need to actually plot a grid of the reasons, and each time whether the inspector took the same reasons or different reasons, accepting the area planning manager's point that the application was slightly different, not very different. So I think that that leaves me with the solid reason seems to be the harm to the conservation area. Now, whether officers can kind of comment on the strength of that as the primary reason, it would be helpful, because all the other things have been picked at and rejected at different points by different inspectors.
I think I thought on our recommendation page, on page 215, I thought it was something to do with the conservation area, but maybe I've got the wrong end of the stick.
I'll wait for Alex to correct me, but my understanding, Heritage no longer have an objection to this scheme. they don't feel there is harm to the setting of the listed building or to the conservation area, or the conservation area, no harm to the conservation area. So we're in a position of no harm from our heritage experts, who I think have been involved in this from the beginning and in terms of defending the previous appeals. So where we're at is essentially the consideration from our side against LP24, which does give us a greater weight on in terms of design now and the quality of the design and the area. So while there may not be harm to those assets in the conservation area, we are saying the proposal nonetheless doesn't hit those high quality. You know, not being harmful is one bar, but actually being of a good design of high quality is another one entirely, and that they still haven't got far enough on that one. So yeah, unfortunately the conservation area is not a hook on which we can hang our hat at the moment.
Yeah, I really struggle with that. So are we saying that our heritage consultancy have not found a problem where what is 3-4 planning inspectors have found a problem? I mean, that's I don't think the committee is obliged to accept that, frankly.
I mean, Alex, you've been working on this for a little while with Heritage, haven't you? I think they had gone through the steps to take away the heritage harm, and that had been the process that they'd gone through. That is the advice I've got, and you'll know normally I will say I'm more than happy if we can talk about balancing the benefits is one thing, and where you come out on that weighing exercise, but my professional advice at the moment, I'm sure for page 206, is specifically no harm to a designated heritage asset, would not detract from the significance of the 6 bells and the character and appearance of the Felsham Conservation Area or any other heritage assets. It's quite clear in its advice to us that we haven't got that harm. If you feel strongly, there is the opportunity for us to go away and take further advice if you particularly feel that's critical.
Yeah, Councillor Matheson.
Once more, if I could. Yeah, I mean, Councillor Lawrence was asking about the listed buildings, but I was thinking back, over the years when we used to actually look at conservation areas from time to time, and the conservation area is much more than the sum of the listed buildings. It's all the undesignated front walls and green spaces and all sorts of other things as well. And I just wonder whether our heritage people this time have really had a hard enough think about what is a conservation area and what is this very attractive conservation area, which I've been to from time to time over the years.
Did you have your hand up, Councillor Warboys? Or was it Councillor Lawrence? Sorry. Councillor Lawrence.
Yeah, my feeling is I'm quite concerned about that heritage advice. I'm also concerned about the conservation area, and we're chopping down 3 trees. Why? It's all part of the conservation, it's all part of the area. Why have conservation areas if you can just put a bulldozer through it? And I'd like to know a little bit more as this committee, and I'm also concerned about the road markings which you verified on the website being put out into the road to make it safe. It seems to me, can we not as a committee reintroduce those issues for reasons of objection? The road markings doesn't make it safe. We've heard that from an objector. We've heard it from previous visits by this group, not necessarily us individuals, because we weren't on the planning committees from site visits. Can we not challenge our own professional officers' views?
Are we actually asking, can we challenge the highways comments or the heritage comments?
Not necessarily challenge. Are we at liberty to actually object on the reasons given here and add, and highways, painting on the road, and it does, in our view, on our balance as a committee, we do consider it to have an impact on the conservation area. That's our balance, not the officers.
Gemma, are you going to come in on that?
Yeah, I might come to Ian as well in a second. The concern I would have with the highway is the fairly categorical advice or decision from the planning inspectorate that concludes on that matter, and we're looking at the same design of highway and we're looking at the same amount of houses, so there hasn't been a change there in order to take that different opinion would be my concern there. In terms of heritage, we are in a slightly different position in that this application has been felt by our heritage officers to overcome that issue. If you don't feel it has, we could take some separate advice, because I suppose there is a query on the basis of where Alex and I are at with the harm to the overarching character of the area. Does that also equate to some to the conservation area? But I know, Ian, there's a sort of preserve, enhance MPPF bit of a question with...
Well, I think Chair, sorry, this isn't switching on, is it? I'm on here, sorry. Yes, I agree with Gemma. I mean, it's a matter of pure law. A committee, a decision maker is allowed to disagree with the advice it receives, as long as it has a good reason to do so. But as a matter of common sense, you obviously have to weigh up how the wisdom of that and how likely you are to win in an appeal. And that's, as Gemma says, we will sometimes, if members have strong feelings, take separate advice, independent advice and so forth. But yeah, can we, the conservation duty, where were we with that? Sorry.
The conservation question, I suppose, directed to you, Ian, was whether this high quality design does not conserve or enhance an area, but I was racking my brain if that's still in the MPPF. But
shall we find it now?
Have a quick look.
Exact wording right.
Yes, we'll have a quick look at that one. As I said, there is still the opportunity. What we could do is delegate to Chief Planning Officer to seek some further heritage advice. And if expedient, then we could add that as a putative reason for refusal. So you would delegate to us the opportunity to explore that further if you were content with that. I think I would be concerned if we did that on highways grounds, but I could see a reason for doing so and taking a second round of heritage advice if that's how you felt about it.
I think I've got 4 people now, in fact everybody. So I think it's Councillor Warboys, Councillor Elking, Councillor Haddingham, Councillor, I can't remember which one of you two, but let's go for Warboys, Elking and Haddingham first.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I have had the benefit of a sort of site visit here as part of a previous application, and I think the officer has actually summed up the impact on the conservation area very succinctly. Walking from the green around that particular area with the church on your right and the houses, there's the heritage assets, the listed buildings on further across the green on your right. And as a conservation, it's a very attractive village. The houses are in large plots and they're surrounded by green spaces. And I think the officers and the planning inspector, where they said this is introducing a substantial, bulky pair of buildings. They've lost the garages and they've lost the building, but they're still quite substantial. And it's infilling one of those green spaces which are part of the character of this village. I think, as ever, highways are understating the sort of hazards of development in this spot. Having stood on the corner there, Church Road is a surprisingly busy road. There's a bus stop outside the public house. It pulled up outside the public house, constricting the village, the vision. And to be honest, putting white marks on the road isn't going to protect a cyclist or a pedestrian if there's a large vehicle coming one way and another one coming the other way. The heritage statement where it talks about the pub and looking at the pub from the back, he's probably quite right. And in fact, that it's not going to be affected because you're going to have the back to the new development. But looking from the front of the pub down the drive, again, it's infilling that green space behind the pub. And it diminishes its character, if you like, as a pub in a rural hamlet with, the wall that was talked about being removed and now isn't going to be removed, which is, apparently it's quite an ancient bit of wall, which goes back to when the pub was catering for horses and carts. So I'm actually in favour of sort of agreeing with the officer's recommendation and refusing this.
Is that actually a proposal?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so do I have a seconder for the proposal of refusal? based on the officer's recommendation.
Oh, what, right away?
Anyone able to second it? Oh. Okay, so I think next it was Councillor Elkin.
Thank you, Chair. It was just brief, really. I just don't feel incredibly clear why the heritage sort of view has changed when the design doesn't seem to have changed that much. And I don't feel very comfortable at the moment that I have enough understanding of why their position has changed.
Thank you. I think it was Councillor Haddingham next.
One of the, to my understanding, it seemed that the planning inspector said there was no harm to the church and the pub at different times, but I thought as of a common thread running through that there was damage to the conservation area. Did they throw that out on the last one? Because I thought that was the common thing that they kept on saying in the appeal process. They kept saying there was no damage to this, that, and the other, but they kept saying there was to the, did they throw that out as a meaning on the last one? Or was, I just sort of thought that was something we could, hang things on. The damage to the conservation area.
The last appeal decision we have, the inspector said there was harm. The difference being this time your heritage officers are advising there isn't harm. So it's a question of risk. My recommendation to you as a risk at appeal, if we have this advice.
I think that's why, Councillor Warboys was proposing the suggestion made by Gemma about going back and was that what you were proposing? That we go along with what Gemma said?
Quite prepared to sort of accept any advice from a planning officer with regard to the viability of how to object to it.
Yeah, so I think
I agree in principle with the recommendation by the planning officer that this should be refused, and if we can actually sort of firm up the reasons, then yes.
But we're still awaiting a second. So I think it's now Councillor Penny, followed by Councillor Hardingham, and then I'll say my piece.
Okay, I'm always concerned about the potential loss of pubs and community amenities. They're disappearing all over the place, with parts of the community being built upon. There doesn't seem to be any objection regarding loss of residential or community amenity in the current reasons for refusal, although it's addressed. But I do think this is a very strong issue where lots of community life is going to potentially be lost. I would like to see something in the reasons for refusal along those lines, if that's at all possible. I don't know quite how we show that, but that's what I'd like to see.
Okay, Councillor Hardingham.
Yes, well, I think Councillor Penny's sort of hit the nail on the head, really, because the problem with turning this down, and clearly that the village, the community as a whole, very much want to preserve the pub as a viable going concern, and this proposal risks that by taking away part of their asset and what they have to effectively sell to the community. And if we turn it down on the grounds of purely the bulk and so on of the proposed development, then it'll come back in a different form with a slightly reduced bulk, but it will have the same effect of removing that land at the back, the green space, from being part of what the pub can use, and also eat up some of the car park. So I would really like to see, if there is any way, something along the lines of what Councillor Penny suggested, which is that developing this land will reduce the viability of the pub in the long term, and ultimately could easily lead to the pub shutting down and not being available for the village anymore. And the village would lose a vital community asset and an amenity.
I completely understand where you're coming from, but whoever owns the piece of land could remove access from it tomorrow without planning permission, and it's not protected because it's not part of the asset of community value, and I presume it's not designated as a visible open space or whatever, major view in the local plan, and I don't know if there's any policies that we can hang that on.
Well, as you say, Chair, it's not part of the asset of community value. Then there's a question of whether it's part of the community facility, I suppose.
Yes, Vince and I were just having a similar conversation and contemplating options, because what I would normally say is we didn't refuse on that previously, so we can't introduce a new reason for refusal. Although, as I said earlier, because the policy's changed, that does give us some wiggle room. And there is LP 28 on loss of services and facilities, whereby development involving or comprising of the loss of an existing community facility service or a premises which is currently or last used to provide such use will only be permitted if either compensatory provision of alternative or improved facility provided in equally accessible or improved location, or the applicant can sufficiently demonstrate that the service or facility is not viable and no longer performing a functional role in its current or future form. Now, I suppose that would be a question in my mind, that if it's been hived off, there may not be anything we can do on that basis. As planning, we can't stop someone selling the land, and it sounds like from what we've heard there is a split in the sale. So
yes,
after some advice from Ian, really, probably.
You're quite right, Mrs. Walker, but on the other hand, a planning decision may increase the probability of certain things happening or not. So I think it's still a relevant material consideration that relates to that policy. So I think you are on the right lines, if I may say so.
So does that mean we can add this LP 28
I think that's
into our reasons for refusal
to us, and I would suggest, given where we had spoken about the heritages, perhaps we could also delegate that to the Chief Planning Officer if you're content to refuse on that basis, as it gives us a chance to look into it. If I write something now, it's probably more rounded if we get some more heads on the matter and make sure we've covered that off if members are content that's on the basis of LP 28 as well.
Well, so before we go back to whether we've got a proposal or not, I would just like to say how horrified I am with Suffolk County Council Highways and the fact that they changed their mind for no good reason. It's happened on more than one planning application where they first of all come up with an objection, then nothing much changes in the development, and then all of a sudden, hey ho, oh yeah, it's fine now. And I think it is wrong of them, and I think our hands then become tied because we can't object on highways grounds. And again, I'm baffled as to even why the inspector agreed with the county council. I am familiar with that corner, and I have walked around that corner because there wasn't room in the car park, and we were parked around the corner near the garage opposite the green. And you try and walk around that corner to get to the pub, and you take your life in your hands. And here they are proposing to put a few white dotted lines on the road, have your nose sticking out of the car coming out of the pub, nose sticking out of the pub, into the roadway. Okay, there's a few white lines there. The visibility is dire. And I just think it's wrong. And I appreciate that the PCC might have gone there on this site visit last time and said it was a terrible accident waiting to happen. I agree with him, but unfortunately County Highways don't seem to want to share that view. And that, I think, is just sad. And the fact that the inspector has backed up that fact that it can't be refused on highways ground is just plain wrong, I think. But I guess our hands are completely tied. In fact, I'm more concerned about the highways issues of this application than I am about the harm to the conservation area. Much as that it is a beautiful setting, don't get me wrong, with the church and the pub, unfortunately it's already littered with cars parked on it, so it doesn't look particularly conservation-y. These houses are going to be behind the pub, and I don't think they're going to be visible from the public highway. Yeah, if you look down the pub driveway, you'll see them. Yes, it's loss of a bit of open space, which we seem to be in some dispute about whether it's a community asset or not. We're going to lose a few trees, which I think is sad, and I don't think they're planting enough to replace the trees that they're going to lose. So I'd welcome if we could put LP28 on there, because we're stuck behind a rock and a hard place and we can't put highways on there. But anyway, we need to have a proposal that has to get seconded before we can take it any further. Councillor Lawrence.
Yeah, can I just say I think we've got to be a little bit careful here, because if we're looking at the in the recommendations, and it says the site currently forms part of a green, pleasant, undeveloped space, prominent location, etc., etc., and the site would be significantly eroded and a conflicting and incongruous form of development would be introduced. It is therefore considered that the proposed development will result in demonstrable harm to and failure to preserve the character and quality and visual amenity of the village. And that all sounds great to me now. I know we've got to consider this application, but the applicant will come back next week with one property on that site. And then we've lost 99% of that argument. So I think we need to considerably beef up. If we do want recommendations, I think we need to have the heritage statement, damage to heritage, damage to a conservation area. And we've been advised that we can't do anything about the highways issue, but we should certainly add at least 2 or 3 of the other policies back in where we have the opportunity to do so. Otherwise, this committee is wasting its time coming here. If all we do every time we come here is sit and accept officers' recommendations, we just become a rubber stamp, and we're not here to rubber stamp. Thank you.
Thank you. So, do we have any proposals? Councillor Matheson?
Yeah, Chair, I would prefer to be voting to get a separate heritage advice on the subject. I've been reading the Heritage Officer's submission on this one while others were debating, and I don't think, I'm just looking for the actual Felsham Conservation Area report at the moment, or it's more than a report, what do they call them? Statement, something, anyway. Yeah, and I haven't actually found it yet, but I'm sure that there isn't, you know, I don't get any sense that the Heritage Officer has you know, looked at it against the whole conservation area concept. So I'd sooner propose that we get that independent advice. Gemma's nodding. That's always a good sign.
Well, I think that was what she did say originally.
Well, I'm proposing it. All right?
You're proposing it, and are we also going to add in LP28 as a reason for refusal, or are you just going to hang it on the let's get some more heritage?
Well, I think we ought to get the advice before we make the decision, if you see what I mean.
Do we have a seconder?
Gemma got a different way forward on this.
Well, my suggestion, I think, was to delegate to the Chief Planning Officer. So in the recommendation on pages 9 to 10 of the tabled papers, we'd said for this reason and to delegate to the Chief Planning Officer. And I think that's essentially what I'm suggesting is that we'd look to refuse as the reason that we've got, and that we would delegate to the Chief Planning Officer in consultation with the Chairman to seek further heritage advice, and with regards to the loss of the facility contrary to policy LP28, if expedient, then add the putative reasons for refusal. And I would say that the wording that we've suggested as the refusal on pages 9 and 10 does say to delegate to Chief Planning Officer for other reasons. So if he has got other suggestions, and having heard the highways concern in particular, we could potentially go away and flag that with our highways officers and ask for a second opinion, and add that if necessary. She would, by delegating to the Chief Planning Officer, you would let us go and knit all those reasons together, if you're content with that.
Does that sound okay? Do we have a seconder? Oh, is that Councillor Warboys?
I would like to agree with what Gemma's just told us. I think delegate the responsibility to Chief Planning Officer, but seek to firm up the heritage statements with regards to the conservation area. And reassess the highway statement. Would that be the best way of putting it? You know, just question this sort of change in opinion over the years, and whether regarding sort of white lines on a road is substantial enough to improve the safety of the junction.
Chair, can I just add something quickly? Hesitating whether I should say this, I'm not making any comment on the proposal, which you've been very well advised on, but we do make the point from time to time in committee that when a matter goes to appeal, it looks like we already have a non-determination appeal here. The planning inspector is not bound by the council's reasons for refusal. Now, I'll say straight away, it's absolutely important, very important we get good, right reasons for refusal, and that the parish council and objectors spend time in a meeting like this seeking to persuade us to add ones that may not have been initially recommended. But the inspector is at liberty to listen to, it doesn't have to go through the council's reasons saying disagree, that means I give permission, she can listen to all the people who make representations, as I'm sure the parish council and objectors will, and make a decision. It's certainly not unheard of in my experience for development to be refused permission for a different reason. I don't see that happening here because we have got some good reasons for refusal, but I thought that might just be helpful to add that.
Thank you. Are you about to say something, Councillor Warboys?
Yeah, I've got a question. So, on the basis of the decision on this application, you'll be deciding whether or not to defend the appeal about the last application? No.
That stands on its own reason for refusal, and the grounds on which we've refused that are separate and set. So as Ian said, unlike this is a non-determination appeal where inspectors are a bit more free to pick and choose their issues, that is set on the reason for refusal that we've already made.
I understand. Thank you.
Okay, does anyone have anything further to say? Do we need Gemma to read out the recommendation before we go to a vote?
Yep, happy to. Thank you, Chair. So we're looking at refusal as the recommendation on pages 9 to 10 of the table papers, and to delegate to the Chief Planning Officer in consultation with the Chairman to seek further heritage advice and with regards to the loss of facility contrary to policy LP28, and to reassess the highways advice and, if expedient, then add putative reasons for refusal. Hopefully that covers everything.
Are we happy with that, proposer and seconder? Yeah. Are we happy with that then? So I can now ask the Governance Officer to conduct the electronic vote.
Okay, thank you, members. I have summarised that by saying as read out by the area planning manager. But obviously the decision notice will detail all of that properly. So that is now in progress in your app. If you're voting for a refusal or against a refusal. Thank you, members. Chair, that's 8 votes for refusal. So that is refused. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we move to the final case that we need to discuss, which is the last minute addition to our agenda. Item DC 2400016 at 7 Church Farm Close, Palgrave. This is a notification of works to trees in a conservation area, with the application being made by a close family member of an officer of the council. The application has therefore been referred to the committee as an urgent item of business, having regard to the default ability to proceed if the local planning authority does not respond within 6 weeks of notice. Vincent Pearce is going to present this case to us, and David Pizzi, the case officer, will join us virtually over Teams for questions. So over to you, Vince.
Thank you, Chair. You've nicely explained the process behind the application, so without further ado, this property sits on the western edge of Palgrave. It's right on the edge of the conservation area, but it is in the conservation area, and therefore the owner is required to give us 6 weeks' notice. David Pizzi, our tree officer, has looked at the prospect of what is described as crown reduction, and I'll explain what that actually means. But there's the site. We're looking westwards. Behind the building is the garden to 7 Church Close, and we are looking at what in hairdressing terms might be called a maintenance trim rather than a restyling. So the tree on the left is as might be. The green bits is the reduction, so it absolutely keeps its shape. But if you cut more than a third of a tree at one time, it starts to imperil the well-being of the tree. So David Pizzi has been out, he's looked at these. So we have 2 field maples, the light green, and 2 hawthorns, the dark green. So they're the 2 trees. Field maple on the left, hawthorn on the right. And in that shot, hawthorn on the left, field maple on the right. David is absolutely happy that that is good husbandry in terms of tree maintenance. It will not harm the character of the conservation area. It will not harm the well-being of those trees, and therefore he is recommending to the committee that we have no objection to the crown reduction being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions that we can ask Dave Pizzi if he's on Teams? Anyone got any questions? No? We don't have any public speakers, so I will now open the item up for debate. Councillor Haddingham.
I'm happy to go along with our officer's recommendation for to agree with this.
Councillor Matheson?
I'll second that.
Councillor Lawrence, will you just put your hand up a second? Yes. Nobody wants to say anything? Okay. So we now got a proposal and a seconder, so I'll now ask the area planning manager to read out the proposal on the table. We don't need to do that, do we? Because it's the same. So we can now ask the governance officer to conduct the electronic vote.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that's in progress. Thank you, members. That's 8 votes for. That's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So item number 8 on the agenda, site inspections. Do any site inspection requests need to be reported to committee?
None received, Chair.
Right, so the next meeting of Mid Suffolk Planning Committee will be on Wednesday the 13th of March, 9:30 a.m. Here in the King Edmund Chamber, and I now declare this meeting closed at 15:05.